至少你还有一半。
换你了，这样我也不会输一点的人。
第一题是在 PCS 赛季中总共打了4场比赛，总共玩过哪3？
薛家伟，
薛家伟，
我先了。
你最快。
阿奇尔，哦，卡扎比亚，西格斯，
好啦，对了，
对嘛？
算你懂我。
简单啦，
算你还是赢半点了，小王半点了。好扯哦。
好，第二题，我在之前拍的那个 PCS 节目，什么多点同理心的惩罚，有一个护手霜开饼干，我一共开了几包饼干呢？
薛家伟，
好，我们从这里开始，
但其实你我都没看过。
这样轮下。
4包，
错，
不是问护手霜品牌吗？
下一个
3包。
错，
你去，越来越低了哎，是不是我拍的？到底是真的还是假的？
哎，对，3包是对的。
哎，奇怪，我不是在隔壁吗？
还是你没去拍？
开个玩笑，看来你赢汪东志了。
没有，他本来就赢我。我现在是2点半。
那个惩罚就留给他吧。
过关。
不是，就是有，你知道吗？这表示等一下如果我对一题，陈昌就要下去了，所以你要题目都给我答，陈昌就要下去
有翻盘的机会，你知道吗？都不要举手，
然后你们3个不要举，哎，真的，你们3个不要举，他就出去了，对不对？
第一题是在春季赛第1场比赛中玩的柔一，这场比赛我出的第1件大装市场。
陈昌哎，干嘛？我不知道哎。
陈毅突然不知道了，
我要出无尽哦。
如灯回音。
错，另外一个
陈昌君，陈昌君，陈昌君，
哎，陈毅，
GLP 800，
答对了。
啊，没事，做什么？
哇，就是看见证友情的时候了，各位。
第2题，请问我在这个例行赛中死亡次数总共为多少？
这个太多了，你们也答一下吧。
我先吃了它。
可是我真的不知道哎，怎么办了？
47次，
再少，
上去
请说，
38，
再少，
陈昌君，
好，再让你来一次，少，
你这
太少哦，32。
错了，
来，公平竞争，公平竞争，
各位可以竞争了，
陈章君
多少次？
14次，
再高，
答一次啊。哎，不用喊名字哦。
陈章居21，
再低，
交给你们了。
陈章居
17到21。
陈昌君，陈昌君，我来了，3个数字嘛。
对啊，
不要说没给你机会了，我们都给你了。
再给你了，
都给你。
给你。
好吧，答对了。
这18次哦，真的假的？
所以最赢的是谁啊？
那他3分，
他3分啊，
一辈子
半点能力，
每次都赢，
半点4同
每
一点，
次都赢哎。
他每次都赢。
4舍5入。
4舍5入啊。
这是
还有什么？
你们想知道吗？这感觉不是什么好东西。
啊？你说什么奖励？
那叫什么？
奖励还不是好东西，还会是啥啊？
秀泰影城团体电影优惠券。
从现在开始我们集训1个月。
哎
不能去
这里有5个哎，那
这是我们一起去的哦。
不是，我们好像会漏掉1个。
那你不要去哦。
只有5张，你知道吗？
那你
那就是
们去吧。
考验友谊的时候了
等一。下，我给你们一个机会，让你多赚一张。
好
现在最输的是谁？
我啊，
是你。我们等一下给你一个问题，然后你觉得谁会猜对？你们是帮我把眼睛闭起来。
哦。
然后你走到他面前，我们先不给你看问题。
我们凭啥？
你觉得谁会猜对？你走到那个人面前去站着，
好呢？
直接选。你觉得谁会答对？你等一下出的问题。
我听到了。你就继续这边，
你就继续啊，这是你的列票，你自己想一下。
不要给你1拳。
我猜不是王公志了。
我已经听到了，他在不在我眼前？
好，第一个问题怎么做？
请你离开。
可以答对有些
然后大家可以张开眼睛了。
哎，我在 PCS 节目多点同理心中模仿了哪3个英雄跳舞？
借一个。
张军、
来说，
费德提克、沃维克，还有布里茨。
答对了。
所以你为什么觉得会是空月会猜对？
为什么不是谢家？
玩打野的脑袋比较好，你这样。
跟他比较好。
好，所以输的是。
陈昌君，谁？
陈昌君，
欢迎。
如果这个世界上只能存活2个人，你会选择 BCS 的谁跟你共度余生？对，
我会选择你。
啊，
你再给我这样啊！你跳出去！
我想说，我这样子跟他
哦，我吐了，真的。
你空月好了，
那你跟空月告白一下，你问他愿意跟你一起活下去吗？
那我就选择空月，希望你不会离开我。
空月，你要不要给他？
结束，我们这节目结束了。回应的。
那如果是你，你要选择谁？
我要选择谁？我应该自己生活。
不行，
就要一个。
他是不是一定
当成食物也行。
他都选我了，那我肯定是选他。紧急粮食，不然不是我选他，等下荒岛我太饿，我打不赢，我打这个直接杀掉。新的赛季，请大家继续支持 AH2，
也请关注 PCS 粉丝团，
开启小铃铛。
拜拜。
J-Team，
我是中路 Kobe，
我是 AD 小 V，
我是打野哈娜，
我是上路瑞斯特，我是辅助雀巢。那我们开始吧。Do you know me？
I know you want me to, but you guys are like love.
那 Kobe 的答案我都不能答，放弃。
第一题 ，KURB 在季后赛中获得了第1次 MVP， 请问上场的2场比赛中各玩什么角色？
廖明玉，我会回答，我有认真在比赛里。好，第1场是玩阿切尔吧，然后第2场是玩阿卡丽，因为被单杀被越塔，我印象很深刻。
你听的不是 MVP。
KURB 在季后赛中取得1胜1败的成绩，请问季后赛的总击杀数为多少？提示是这两只英雄的第一个字一样。
哎，你讲错了吧？
它上面写的，
你说那个，你这个是第1题的提示，我听得出来。我要第2题了。
我赔偿
8。
你要讲明。
是姚明玉，我猜是6啦。
6到10，
8吧。
8到10，
姚明玉我要猜
看我了吧。
答对了。
不要欺负瑞斯特，让他猜一下。
没差，我没差。
换小 B，你跟他换个位置。
第1题是小 V 在春季例行赛使用了5次伊泽瑞尔，请问他第1次上场玩克里斯塔使用的造型为什么造型？
那个爱引导。
错，他是我偶像哎，我使用偶像的。回答很少。
陈江，SKT T1 变的造型。
没错，答对了。请问春季赛的总击杀是多少？我知道你们不会，我先提示你们，我好心一点，50到100吧。
10到100，有那么多？
陈江我要猜
有
69。
那么多？69。对啊。50到69。
64。
哎，你很会猜哎。就这么刚好是64，
太强了。
那也没办法，
给你一个贴纸。
那你，
请问季后赛最后一场玩了哪只英雄？
我现在许保远，我要猜赛特，是赛特吧？
对吧？
是谁的啊？
那就好了，贴啊
给。我贴纸，
太强了吧！
是赛特就给我贴纸。
然后2把都是一样。
一直送头。在 PCS 节目中，多点同理心中，雀巢曾被谁称赞觉得比自己队友还强？有没有在看节目啊？
啊，是哦。
答对了。
哇！没有，你上次有讲啊。他之前
哦，对我跟你讲过了，
自吹的。
什么自吹？
那你有看节目吗？
我有看吧。
看吧，感觉我要下去了。
下去哪里？
惩罚
一个贴纸。
不会有惩罚吧？
但是一样，最输的不会有惩罚。
我跟你讲，
啊，为什么看到这个？
没关系啊，
因为他真正我
新人就是要接受惩罚，
我不知道嘲讽的吗？
潜规则你知道吗？
哦，我在春季赛中总共打了18场比赛，请问第一支使用的英雄为什么
？10万年。
哎，怎么那么会猜？
啊，就那场你就没屁用了。
哇，你只送。
我就记得那场。
对啦，
跟中路联动。
太换
那高中是谁？
塞勒斯啊，那个
我啊，赛都是啊。
机人全控到什么？
请问我在春季赛总助攻数为多少
陈志豪，我要猜，先说
？70到150，
101，
101到150。
87。
我101到150了，
到150。哦，抱歉，
头有点痛。102到110哦
108啦。
可惜啦，106到108。
那个真正我要猜107，
你中了吧？
碎啦！
所以你助攻那么多，
好，你这个那么多，
我也不想那么多。
代表没有击杀。
那你
我是算准。
瑞士的在季后赛的 KDA 为2，请问春季赛最后一场是玩的哪一支英雄？季后赛讲错了。
克雷德。
好，算你对了。请问瑞士特在春季例行赛中2x4的胜率为何？是啊
直，接我要猜。
我都猜。
哎，我已经。
好，你先。
0，答对了。
我就是要猜0呢。
就0啊，没赢过。
口皮没有。
对，我们平手哎。
3，
我3他。
你在搞怪。
还是那个，反正前面都靠赛，最后一题就4分这样啊，他也有机会赢，反正都要加了，
感觉对，有机会。
对不对？
这样他这样有逆转，不然他玩不到。
对啊对啊，玩不了游戏，要关怀新人。
瑞士特在春季赛中最常使用的英雄是什么？
谢谢我打。
哎，他先打。
雷尼克顿，
哦，可以，又对了。
我要猜这
等一下，
鳄鱼不是哎，
你们说让他赢了，
这样感觉害到自己，因为我2分，
进惩罚了。
我有2分。
你2分，那2个一起惩罚。
口鼻，你这样就低。
看出什么？
秀泰影城的电影票，团体的4张，哇哦，4张，这是什么？哦，5张。
我还以为那个，
不是，刚刚以为，
我还以为要挑4个人呢。
不是啊，刚刚在连在一起。
我以为制作单位故意要那个
这么狠
分裂我们一个人。
他说，那你要跟哪3个队友去试穿？
水正说谁？
我跟瑞特。
如果今天有新科技的发明，同性可以繁衍后代，但是你现在选择 PCS 的品种，你会选择谁来繁衍后代？
要求哎，好，直接讲，哈纳比啊，
哦哇哦，
就很喜欢他，对，
就很喜欢。Oh
你
my！
们私底下是很熟吗？
很熟，因为之前就很常打比赛嘛，然后私底下有一起出去吃饭。
你不是会去他家吃饭？
他家？
对，
去他家玩游戏。
之前有去过他家。
对啊，感情很好。
没有。
不要跟我讲这么多。
我知道。
只能选我们赛区的哦。
对啊。
可是不行哎，我的心中只有1个人。我没有办法选出我们赛区的人，因为我只对佛哥有感觉而已。没办法，太爱他了。
爱到要哭了。
请继续支持 JT，
持续锁定 PCS 官方粉丝团。
拜拜拜拜。
结束这场冠军赛，我们要恭喜的是塔隆3-2拿下了 PCS 2020春季总冠军。能够主要过的，还是红方都会去按一个定转，选择也是过赏，而且
我觉得当下还是挺激动吧，毕竟我们当初BO已经输过妈几次了。
제가 프로 하면서 결승 우승을 한 번도 못 해봤는데 이번에 하면서 되게 기뻤던 것 같아요.
就是后面有开心的，就是线已经被拍到了，就站起来有开心吗？
원래 마치란 팀이 정규 시즌 때 1등 했었잖아요. 그리고 마치란 팀이 저에게 있어서는 예전 팀원들이거든요. 그래서 더 이기고 싶었고 게다가 2대2 상황에서 또 이겨가지고 되게 기분 좋았어요.
就很激动，因为毕竟第一次冠军嘛，就是没有职业生涯没有白费了。
刚那一卡的 是什么？你知道吗？
我真不知道，要干嘛用？
手上有火啊，手会酸吗？
也其实还好，
其实还好。
拍摄好累啊，很难吧？拍摄比较难，好久哦，起来才3个趴那种趴。大家好，我是塔隆上哈纳比。说实话，我是正港的台湾人，不要再说我是泰国人了。有些人会叫我火龙，以前喜欢小火龙，然后 ID 就叫火龙而已。那但我觉得到直接在赛场上想取一点比较中二的 ID。
원래 그 전에 베이비라는 닉네임을 썼는데 되게 그 막 사람들이 제 닉네임을 부르는 게 뭔가 부끄러워가지고 뭐로 바꿀까 생각하다가 그냥 리보로 바꾸게 된 건 별 뜻 없는 것 같아요. 그냥 어떻게 하다 보니까 바꾸게 됐어요. 그냥 예쁜 그 닉네임 찾다 보니까 그렇게 된 것 같아요.
Hello， 大家好，我是塔隆的 AD 因为凡。比较累吧，因为早起8点多，那种快12点半。
来拍这个会紧张吗？
不会，拍很多次了，对，访问都要比较紧张。
大家好，我是塔隆的中路 Candy。
很累，很紧张。
之前有拍过吗？
应该有。
然后只是没有画，
没有眼睛好像
没有画这么多，对不对？自己看会觉得不习惯吗？不习惯。
大家好，我是塔隆的辅助凯瑞。
很神奇，第一次拍这个，第一次站在这个转圈。
所以说是觉得打游戏比较简单，还是这个比较简单？
还是游戏比较难一点。哇，今天7点多就起来，今天是12队。
我是 Glenn， 我现在是塔隆，就是英雄联盟包含台湾全部塔隆的经理，就等于说大小事都是我打理的。好，给你600。早餐蛋饼是最安全的，店里最好是有那种韩式的什么泡菜什么的，你就点，基本上看到橘的东西，他们就会拿起来吃。塔隆台湾的部分，其实在应该说在去年2019年的11月17号，那时候刚接这个任务的时候，我说那成员有谁？他说成员还不知道，你们可以找。但我现在介绍你们之后的主教练就是 Big Fafa。
我当时找选手的时候，最破坏性、最很集中的选手是开运嘛，开运
就是开运可能聊了快一个礼拜还2个礼拜，然后最后才说好。
哈纳比也是，说实话当时本来是一直想去 LPL 的，
然后 J Team 有找他，然后 HQ 也有找他，所以那时候是3抢1，台湾就是3抢1，然后我就直接跟他讲，我就说HQ J Team 出多少，我加多少给你，然后就聊，再隔几天他就说好了，来看看。
哦，说实话，现在我们在那边的选手，所有的人都是去年已经有去到 LPL 的机会，但是我们谈的东西好嘛。还有我告诉他们的我们的目标，还有我们的未来。说实话，现在结果是我们已经拿到冠军，所以还是有机会去 S 赛嘛。但是去年怎么知道？所以可能是我骗他们差不多。
那有时候走进去，你会发现他们分成4个区块，但是其实会有4种语言，就是他们韩语会韩国人韩语先沟通1轮，然后下路2个打完就开始广东話、粵語，先再溝通1輪。
打碼咯，我哋即係我哋要咁樣咯，我哋呢度咯，我哋要。
然后哈纳比的话要找他们，然后哈纳比会先用中文跟他们讲。
为什么做加入，找到在4小时中就因为
因为我本来是想回家的。
那个打4只角色都做得到卡萨。
如果真的不行，你就会发现哈纳比开始挤英文单字，
大概能知道那个意思，就能把它翻出来，然后如果他们再听不懂，再用翻译机再转给他们听。
我们点塔吧，打也没省，打也没省。
게임할 때는 중국어 잘 소통되는데 생활 때는 거의 모르거든요. 중국어 단어라든지 그런 걸 거의 몰라서 팀원들이 그냥 중국어로 말하면 제가 뭐냐고 물어보는. 그래서 중국어를 써주면 제가 뭐냐고 물어봐요.
瞎子 K， 你好菜啊，这是。差异，下次差异。台湾有机店我要。
我吃果子 ，Viva， 我吃果子。等那地方。哎，好像知道了。
因为有时候嘛，有时候 Kitty 跟 Viva 也会用韩文，但是我看他们的动作，大概会猜到他们是想要干嘛，所以基本上。就算他们是说韩文，我觉得也明白了。
我觉得队伍里的话，我就是跟用力白出来吧，毕竟就会常常一起走。
队伍里面应该可能跟汉娜比吧，
用力白啦，因为毕竟是之前是同一个队伍嘛。
凯宾比较多聊一些游戏上，
然后现在今年来到塔隆嘛，也是一样的队伍啊。
하나비인 것 같아요. 그냥 되게 듀오도 자주 하고 그리고 휴일 때 같이 나가기도 하고 그래서 그런 것 같아요.
我在 S4、S5 2014、2015年的时候，我有拿到一件那个前100名才有的奖品，实体奖品叫精英外套。我就穿着这件外套走过来，然后 River 就看到，他说你有这个？我说对，这是我的。然后他就眼睛放很大。
리버랑 하나비인 것 같아요. 거의 네. 좀 하나비가 성격이 좀 좋거든요. 그 게임 외적으로 되게 좋아가지고 먼저 말도 걸고 그래가지고
有时候就季赛嘛，这今年的季赛，我觉得我发挥的不是很好，第一轮的时候，但就蛮低潮嘛，但也就只能一直打。
플레이오프 하기 전쯤 정규 시즌 스프링 정규 시즌 2라운드 거의 막바지 때쯤부터 그냥 좀 그때부터 결승전까지 좀 한동안 좀 슬럼프였던 것 같아요. 딱히 특별한 건 없고 그냥 더 열심히 게임하고. 네.
그때는 제가 되게 잘하는 줄 알았어요, 제 자신이. 그래서 좀 자만했던 게 있는데 그때 게임 제가 슬럼프가 와서 저 때문에 계속 졌던 게임이 있는데 그런 게임들 계속 생각하니까 아 이제는 나 때문에 지면 안 되겠다 이런 생각이 들어서 그냥 대회 많이 보고 그리고 그 전에 졌던 경기들 보면서 뭐 때문에 졌는지 그런 거 많이 봤던 것 같아요.
打波舞，但我们打太多波舞了，然后反正回来大家累了，因为已经连打，我们超累，那个决赛超累。回来我也是东西收一收，我要走，然后我就看 River 就拍 Candy 的肩膀，然后不是讲韩语，我听不懂，然后我就跑去问 Candy， 我说怎么了？你们没有回去吗？然后 Candy 就跟我说没有 ，River 跟我说要出去买宵夜，等一下再打。以我过去3、4年，我没有在任何台湾选手上面有看到有这样的拼劲。
哇啦，也有闪现在等队友清走啦。一个闪现的超能解放解掉之后，再一个推球往左边，把色系一起带走。
未来的也是肯定是进去 S 赛，
目标就是前2名，然后我们去世界赛表现得好一点，让大家知道说我们 PCS 其实是有竞争力的。 Hello， 吃饭吧，吃一些东西，等一下去运动了。
小
因为你有审是他的，对对，是他的那个。
可以吃，
可以吃。用韩文讲好吃要怎么讲？
맛있다。
所以这个 namas 手，OK。
可以吃。之前我们都是午餐过来的时候会吃便当，但是后来发现，好像一醒来吃了便当都有点浪费，都有点多吃不完，所以后来就提议说就变成早餐店这样。最不一样的风格就是那个菜单是完全不一样的，就香港不会有单品，台湾也不会有那个通粉，就是卷卷的半圆形，然后酱酱的透明的蛋饼呢，我觉得台湾蛋饼蛮好吃。我最喜欢吃的蛋饼是那个猪排，我的猪排蛋饼很好吃。
肉怎么会包蛋饼这样？玉米蛋饼是蛋饼中的王，然后我点蛋饼就是玉米蛋饼，其他蛋饼都shit。
我完全接受不了玉米蛋饼，玉米蛋饼这完全是不是人吃的。我们现在要去那个运动中心去做运动。我觉得有时候一个礼拜去抽一点时间去运动的话，是让你的整个人会精神一点。
你们知道网络上有人戏称你们是什么吗？就是你们是战局的管控师，都会打到波5，然后这是最后一场才要跟对手分出胜负。你们知道这件事情吗？
这个是比较好听的说法。正确现实面来说的话，就是我们比较菜嘛，要打到第5吧。
好手。对不起，我的学校。
阿斌，你说你国中、高中没什么？
左手在哪？
我以前校队。
完全没有运动才能。
校队的去健身。中学的时候对乒乓球有点兴趣。
好累，好累。
还点这个好，哎，这个石锅拌饭，铜板烤肉，铜板东鸡，韩式鸡块，
닭강정，
海鲜煎饼。
해물전
教日本的实用英雄联盟用语有什么？
起飞起飞，
打不好的各位。
没事没事。
好烫。
请摄影小哥吃一下，和牛10分。맛있어， 청남 맛있어。先破口再打。哈哈哈哈！
你们觉得谁会赢？
一定打进1分啊！
我觉得操作不太行。
야속히.
야속히.
오 마이 갓.
오케이.好。
한국어도 주준씨야.
Q 哪里我？
왜 난 W를?
쳤다. 아하! 아하! 什么东西？哎。
国死。
什么东西？你嘎米觉得路线，嘎米觉得你，太快了吧！啊，你路线傻逼真的。拜拜！嘎米，你好菜啊，是不是？
老板很帅。今天就吃到这边了，也吃饱了，就谢谢老板今天请客 River 卡萨米达。那你觉得好吃吗？
好吃。
1、2、3、4，多少？10。OK， 那我们现在回去训练室啦，大家拜拜，请继续支持我们塔龙。首先当然是夏季赛要拿冠军嘛，毕竟拿下冠军才能出国嘛。然后进了世界赛就是目标8强吧，先以8强目标。
일단은 이번 서머 때 우승이고 그 위로 바라보면 롤드컵 가는 거예요.
应该目前是先赛季1号总结进那个世界赛。
接下来的话，我们会保持这个气势，拿下了夏季赛的冠军，然后再看看在世界赛里面打进8强，这个是我们目前塔龙跟我自己的目标。
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar.
Chill. Are you ready? I'm not one to shy away from the drama. Instead, I invite it and cause trauma. Anyone at my neck, then I'm getting on ya. I stand for respect and honor. And I won't stop until it's all mine. I'm at the top of my game at all times. Next up. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Step up. Bring it on. Next up. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. Bring it. Bring it on. I bring in a habit to all foes. Until they all vanish, you know it's on. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything goes. I'm coming for mine and what is owed. I stay on the grind, I'm in the zone. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything goes.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our final day of the playoff Super Week, the end of round 2, or at least the halfway point of our upper bracket, now before us. It's AHQ taking on PSG Talon, a matchup worthy of our grand finals, and we get to see it already in round 2. Welcome, everybody, to the Global English Broadcast. I'm Opal, joined alongside Briz, and you may have noticed we also have a special guest with us. Joining us from PSV Esports over from Europe, it's going to be Zergoth. Zergoth, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Unfortunately, with PSV Esports, we didn't qualify for EU Masters, but then I get to be here and analyze some PCS League of Legends with HQ and PSG. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, unfortunately, but at least there is a silver lining. We get to have you on our broadcast at the very least. Briz, you got to fill in for me yesterday. I do thank you very much for it. Hopefully, you still got energy though for this one killer matchup.
Yeah, definitely was a bit of a shock yesterday when we saw Machi systematically dispatch J-Team in a 3-1 victory. Not even close there, absolute upset. And honestly, I don't even consider either victory today to be an upset because these two teams we are playing are so evenly matched.
So evenly matched, but there is times, though, that we have seen, you know, it go one way or the other very heavy-handedly. That's what we saw during our tiebreaker at the end of the regular season where, in all honesty, it just felt like AHQ had PSG's number in hand.
Yeah, definitely was the case, especially in that tiebreaker. Didn't even look close. We kind of memed on Tank for not pressing R on his ear for 25, 30 odd minutes. Kong Yue as well just looked huge for HQ, just complete outclass across the board.
Well, let's go ahead and get into our rosters. For AHQ Esports Club, it's going to be Ziv in the top lane, Kong Yue in the jungle, Uniboy in mid, and then Wako and Ysera down in bot.
Yeah, and of course, you look at this HQ lineup and you say, okay, Ziv is back in the starting roster. Ziv is the man in charge. He has his off days at times, but most of the time he is on it. And actually, Zergoth, I know you're a top laner by trade. You've seen Ziv. He's been around the block, been around the world. You got any thoughts on him in particular?
Has always been a relatively solid top laner in the international competitions. So when he stacked up against players like, I mean, in Season 5 he played against Marin, and then later on against Khan and the likes, he always stacked up evenly against them, always went even in lane. So I think Ziv is a really solid player. This split, when the times that he has played, he has shown that he has a really diverse champion pool and is capable of playing both styles, both aggressive top lane and safe side top lane. So I think Ziv is generally a great asset to AHQ's playstyle.
Yeah, and then looking away from Ziv, sorry, just having the fact that you have Kong Yue and Uniboy here, who have looked like probably the best mid-jungle duo in the league after yesterday's kind of faltering from J-Team. Complete exposure of the two players there. Opal, I know you in particular were kind of frustrated to see that Nesty is a 2-ban man.
Not even a 3-ban, all right? When we did that review over on Frostgaren's channel a couple weeks ago, even she said, you know, why are teams just not 2-banning like Nesty or 3-banning him? And then, boom, Machi pretty much picked up the style and were able to expose it heavily. These two teams, though, I don't know if you're going to necessarily have that because you have so many threats on both sides of the map that it's really hard to target out one position and have it falter. Let's take a look over toward PSG where you have Hanabi in the top lane, River in the jungle, Tank in mid, and then Unified and Kaiwing down in bot.
Yeah, and of course, again, I'll throw it to Zergoth because we have another star top laner here, Hanabi for PSG.
I think Hanabi is less versatile than Ziv. I think he's more catered towards, I mean, Renekton has been a huge pick for Ziv, for Hanabi, I mean. But I always like seeing Hanabi more on champions that can go forward, that play aggressively. He matches up great with River together. They play a pretty heavy top jungle style, which I think in the current meta is, it's okay if you can execute it. But the real star for me on PSG is Tank. I think Tank in the recent weeks has been performing great, outside of the tiebreaker match. But in their series against Nova, I think Tank was the reason they won the series. So I really want to put my eyes on Tank in this series specifically.
Yeah, you mentioned River as well, but we did kind of sleep on the fact that PSG actually have a fairly formidable bot lane. Of course, both of those players rising up towards the MVP of their position when we were doing the PCS voting. And even if Unified has looked a little bit suspect in the early game, he's still pretty consistent come team fights, with Kaiwing looking like a solid engaged threat throughout every stage of it all. That Thresh 8-0 in terms of win rate is pretty darn disgusting.
Yeah, I know we were kind of mentioning heading into this draft, Zergoth, you even mentioned, we don't expect this Thresh to make it through bans, and if it does, it could actually be worthy of getting a first pick, similar to what we've seen of the Renekton.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Thresh is such a huge pick for both teams. They've shown the willingness to play it. In their games, they've shown that they have full master of the Thresh, understanding when to play aggressively, when to play for the Lantern playstyle. And usually the greatest counters to Thresh are the Nautilus and the Blitzcrank. And I don't think Kaiwing plays those, so I expect PSG to ban out the Thresh themselves.
Well, let's go ahead and get into our first draft. We have AHQ on your blue side, PSG on the red, and already Tank not going to get his pocket TFT. Not TFT, Twisted Fate. his pocket twisted fate that we've seen throughout the course of the split. Alongside that, River not going to have his Nidalee.
Yeah,
I like
actually,
that.
unsurprised with the TF ban, of course. It was his debut champ. He did a lot on it. And then, yeah, we're just trimming out the jungle pool at this point. Zergoth?
I like the Nidalee ban because it makes Renekton less of a priority because the Renekton and Nidalee is such a deadly pairing. There is no top jungle 2v2 that can win against it right now. Nidalee is a great champion in the meta with how jungle camps work, so I really like the Nidalee ban, also dissuading the Renekton pick.
Yeah, definitely is the case here, as we are seeing more junglers being banned out.
Yeah, we're not going to see the set, which has been played very frequently in the jungle here in the PCS, as well as the Lilia and Graves being banned out from Kongya. But this has made it that the Caitlyn is available, and usually what we see in the PCS is a blue side Caitlyn ban. We saw it multiple times yesterday and through the course of our playoffs so far, and Wako gets to show himself on the champion for the first time.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Caitlyn, of course. Big hyper carry. Both of these AD carries are, you know, standout team fighters of their respective squads. But at the same time, Zergoth and I had this pre-game discussion where we said, look, blue side Caitlyn ban, I'm not a huge fan of it, but Zergoth understood that neither of these teams really like to play around bot lane early, which is where the Caitlyn really shines at getting the rest of her team pretty far ahead. What do you think about this Caitlyn-Ashe matchup that we're now seeing?
I think it's a matchup that's relatively still Caitlyn favored in the early game, but Ashe and her support will have kill first after 6. I'm really disappointed that I don't see the Thresh pick here, because I think Caitlyn Thresh is such an impressive lane. It has so much safety, and I want to see HQ pick up the Thresh here. Although I do like the Lee Sin takeaway, because with all the junglers off the table and the pool so pinched, Lee Sin also becomes a high priority for both players.
This would actually be a shock if this actually gets locked in, because we were mentioning that we haven't seen a whole lot of Lux play here in the PCS. We saw it out of some of our closer to the bottom teams that were trying to use it as those like last second, try and pick up a couple of wins here and there to try and make it into playoffs, but not from our big four, and HQ looking to change that here in their first playoff game.
Yeah, so this Lux is basically a Morgana that you can maybe flex to mid if you really want. I'm not too keen on it as opposed to the Morgana though, because you don't have the innate safety of the Black Shield, but there is a little bit more utility when it comes to just reinforcing the trap line with a good snare. However, with a mid lane now locked into Uniboy, we need to see one back from tank, otherwise he may find himself banned out, much like the mid laners of yesterday.
So for me, with the composition that AHQ is building so far, I would really like to see hard engage banned away from PSG. So I would like to see the Ornn ban, I would like to see the GP ban to get away those engaging champions or champions that can follow up on engages. And from the side of PSG, I wanted to see disengaging champions ban, specifically junglers. I think a Rek'Sai ban is doable, I think a Trundle ban would be justified if you're looking to pick up a tank in top lane. So far we're seeing the Olaf ban, which I think it's an okay ban if you want to dissuade the enemy from playing heavily towards bot lane in the early game, because Olaf has such a huge tempo advantage, but I would have much rather see a Rek'Sai ban and a Trundle ban. So one of those champions is going to be open, and I wonder if HQ will pick either of them up.
We are, though, seeing from AHQ, not afraid to start hammering toward the support pool, and it's still kind of shocking to me that they haven't just straight up banned the Thresh. Maybe they're going to do that on the final rotation here, because I know, Braze, you've mentioned multiple times you're a massive fan of Kaiwing's Thresh. He's undefeated on the champion so far during summer, and Zergoth, like you mentioned, we're not going to be seeing that Trundle come out of HQ's. It's banned out in the final phase here for PSG. A 5 jungle ban coming out from PSG. It looks like they said, all right, you know, Machi did it to the mid lane of J-Team, we'll do it to Kongya, who's been the catalyst of HQ.
You know, I was going to say, I am a huge fan of Kaiwing's Thresh, but not necessarily as much as I'm a huge fan of Woody's Nautilus. Then after yesterday, I guess Kaiwing's Thresh is the thing I like more here. Let's be real here. That being said, PSG is shaping up for a nice pick comp. You have situational engage between the Syndra QE, the Ashe R, the Thresh Q, the Lee Sin, just full commitment wherever possible. And yeah, as we've clearly mentioned and clearly seen, just so many junglers out of the picture, and yet there's still one fairly high prio one still on the table.
Yeah, considering the Volibear has been kind of one of those fallbacks for Kongya, and he's actually been one of the more proactive junglers within the PCS. I find it rather interesting that it actually made it through. For the final pickup here for AHQ, looks like they just want to go with something that's kind of safe up in the top lane for a blind pick, but if you're looking at Hanabi right now, Zergoth, as a top laner, what would you like to see?
I would really like to see the Ornn on the Malphite. I think Ornn is better than the Malphite. but I would want to see hard engage to break this AHQ comp. The Narc comes out, which is a solid counter pick to Renekton in isolation. Has a lot of team fighting power, split pushing power, but is really hard to execute. I think Hanabi is the type of player that can pull this matchup off, but I still don't think it's the correct choice, but we will see in game.
Yeah, so you think Hanabi is the type of player to actually pull this off, but I think Ziv is the type of player to weather that storm and actually get through lane phase relatively unhindered. Looking at the Volibear lock-in though, we kind of didn't really mention it besides a throwaway, oh cool, they locked in Volibear now that all the other bans have come out. What do you think about the, just going to grill you while we still have the chance, sorry Circle, but what do you think about the Volibear coming in here for Kongyue, who has looked like the MVP jungler of the entire league?
I think the Volibear is a champion that can enable you to play aggressive in the early game, which is definitely something Kongyue likes to do. The champion is nerfed on 116, and the nerfs are quite heavy towards his movement speed on Q, which decreases his early ganking potential and late game engaging potential. I still think the champion functions in this team as a frontliner, and to enable the Caitlyn looks to just constantly push in. The matchup into Lee Sin is a relatively skilled one, so I think it's a good lock-in if they execute on the bot lane win condition.
Well, thank you, Zergoff, for joining us for Champion Select and for the pre-show. We'll see you after the game, but we're going to go ahead and load on in for Game 1 between AHQ Esports Club and PSG Talon. Top of the bracket, 5 games possibly today, what could easily be a final. I'm looking forward to it as we load on.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And we get ourselves a bit of a repeat of what we saw back in spring. PSG, they had to go up against Nova, 2-0'd them, and then met directly into this exact matchup in their second round. It was up against AHQ, which they were able to triumph. It went the full 5 games, but they were able to take down AHQ 3-2. Now, though, we have questions, especially after that tiebreaker game, Abriz, where we felt like PSG, this team was sometimes way too inactive.
Yeah, and that being said though, right ahead of that tiebreaker game, we actually saw PSG just smash AHQ earlier in that very same final week. So definitely about as evenly matched as you could get between two very, very prominent top teams. Especially with the fact that we saw how kind of questionable Machi J team looked yesterday. These two, as you said, could be the finalists that we are seeing for the summer 2020.
It's going to be starting off here. It looks like just top side of the map clear. What do we want to expect, though, Abriz, out of AHQ during this early game? Like, what are your key thoughts? Where do you think they need to strike on the map?
So, we heard from Zergoth that with Caitlyn, you do want to play for kind of a bot side focus, and I think that will be name of the game for Kongyue here. But because he's not really known for playing for that bottom lane, I still expect him to afford some time to just unlocking Uniboy on this Zoe. Because once you get the Zoe ahead in lane against the Syndra, it tilts that kind of even matchup into very, very favored in Uniboy's court.
Yeah, if he's able to land one Paddle Star when he's ahead, it's usually not a fun time there for tank. And that has been a winning condition that they have run with this kind of comp before, back in spring even, when Kongyue was on something equally as tanky but had lots of CC. They always like to try and get Uniboy ahead. With the Ashe, though, they are going to be able to at least track where the Volibear is at least pathing to start things off, so they'll have a little bit of idea where Kongyue is.
Yeah, and looking over at this PSG win condition, ooh, some suspect health bars in the early game. Nice bot lane action that we were promised. But looking over at PSG, they have the hard engage. They can deal with this mid-game siege comp as long as they get on top of the priority targets. But here's some getting on top of each other right now.
Oh no, but Kongyue is going to get spotted out. Unfortunately, Kaiwing gets snared, but will get that hook down onto Ysera. River into the river himself up against Kongyue. Exhaust will come out onto Unified. Both teams looking for just a quick disengage as we're going to have our junglers and bot lane clash here in early game 1.
Yeah, junglers kind of running into each other there. Volibear prominent duelist early, but the Lee Sin Q would have come back up before the execute potential of that bite from the Volibear W was available. Kongyue now has decent tempo for actually making a case for the spot side crab, largely because Uniboy is unlocked on the Zoe, the AHQ mid laner, doing a lot of work already.
That's disgusting coming out from Uniboy. Able to land the bubble into a quick Paddle Star on the rotation. And it also gets a quick on GLP because he picked it up in lane, so not going to get a kill, but some pressure back there to River.
Yeah, good moving from Uniboy there. Just decides, hey, I'll reinforce our jungler, I'll get some pressure onto the enemy jungler, and suddenly AHQ's early game is looking pretty solid. Granted, it's only 200 gold lead right now, but tempo cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we expected, I think, out of this matchup. Zergoff mentioned a couple times that AHQ has looked like such a dominating team when it comes to the first 15 minutes of the game, and you even mentioned PSG might be that kind of team that can kind of weather that storm, but when we saw during that tiebreaker, it just wasn't the case. We never got to see this team ever come online because AHQ never let it happen.
So I do want to look back up at that top lane, actually, because these were the two big standout players when we look at AHQ and PSG. Well, until like the last week of the regular split, where we decided, okay, these are not top-side teams anymore. These are junglers and mid laners dictating everything for the rest of the map. But Ziv and Hanabi, this Gnar into Renekton isn't actually going all too hot for the Gnar. Yes, he's ahead, but only by like 3 CS. It should be way more than that. And if Renekton can stun you, the Gnar E actually returns you to the point of origin if you have it cancelled midway through the hop.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big feels bad just seeing that right there from Hanabi. He's not even able to get 3 stacks onto the Renekton. If you're able to do that, you can get a really good trade back in your favor, but we just haven't seen it, and Civ's been playing that matchup rather well, at least in the early game.
Honestly, I'm pretty happy with the fact Ziv is already making it through this lane, as we said, nigh unscathed. Even goes press the attack for additional gank setup, and Tank out of mana, but still applying the pressure.
Yeah, I saw Uniboy was coming around. I was a little bit concerned there for Tank, but realized both mid laners did not have mana. But it may have been just to keep him nearby. He will spot this out on reward. At least I hope he did. Level 6 comes out from Tank. Still doesn't have a whole lot of mana, though. River was coming down the lane. And there won't be much else happening here, as River's just going to make sure that this doesn't get just crashed into the tower.
Yeah, unfortunately, Uniboy in no real position to fight there, so the AHQ early 2v2 advantage that Volibear kind of lends to you when playing against another melee jungler, a little bit out of the window for now. You just have Kongyue holding this. It means the bot lane from PSG can start to think about pushing back or fishing for a pick, and it means Hanabi is free to farm and actually try and cheat a recall against Ziv.
I'll try to do it himself, but other than that, it's been rather quiet. No real big advantages other than just that minion wave pickup from Tank, as it gets him about 2 waves up ahead, Uniboy. But we do see whether or not Kongyue is going to be able to actually look to gank this bot lane, because once again, we mentioned that Caitlyn and that Lux, you're looking to try and get them ahead during this early game. But this is a different kind of identity that we're not used to seeing from AHQ, and unfortunately, it's just not really panning out here in the first couple minutes.
Conversely, I'm a little bit disappointed to see PSG's bot lane just anchored to that lane for the first 7 minutes. They usually move a little bit earlier. As you mentioned, Kaiwing stats, he moves around the map a lot, and yet because of that, they've set up good defensive vision around that immediate area. But because of that, they're not leaving bot lane. They're not putting wards up in the river, up in the Drake pit. Instead, they're just staying there, safe, but not really contesting anything.
As you see there, that's going to be first dragon secured by AHQ. Going to get themselves an Infernal. We'll see whether or not they're able to actually find themselves possibly a play on toward the top side of the map. But Civ, different idea, kind of realizing something feels a little bit strange, and at least just hug back to that second tier tower in case River is nearby.
Yeah, very, very good read from Ziv there, just to kind of chill back, kind of chance out a dive, and honestly now Hanabi is growing a sizable CS lead, 3 waves up, but Ziv honestly at this point very happy just to live through the lane phase. Ninja Tabi for both top laners, they're both very respectful of each other, and the fact both of these early game dueling junglers are AD does lend a lot of credence to that. A bit of an invade, bit of a counter, bit of a Uniboy diving.
Nice coming, level 6 here is able to get that bubble not to connect onto Unified. Just gets a little bit aggressive, and it actually forces out a flash out of Kaiwing, so the Thresh has to pay some respect. You saw Tank and River looking for a rotate, but they're a little bit late to the party. In the end, they'll just get the single summoner out of the bot lane at PSG.
Yeah, unfortunately, the only champion that bubble hits is Kayn when he's traveling through the wall, as that did go fairly off of the side of the map. Uniboy, solid roam, very brave of him to come from behind the tower, and Tank attempting to follow was just a little bit delayed, because nature of the game when you are having to deal with a mid that is pushing into you. Good recall from Ziv here. Again, it's not really a cheater because he will lose. You have to imagine at least 1 extra wave for it. but you take what chances you can get in this matchup to really pressure some sort of an advantage back in your favor.
And I'll be frank too, the times when we have seen Hanabi get ahead, the thing about PSG is they're very much a team that has shown multiple times that even when Hanabi gets ahead and gets some resources, they don't necessarily play through him. So I don't really feel like he's a threat yet until we actually see some action come out of this squad.
And I think a lot of that is why, A, we're seeing the GP so valuable for PSG, because he kind of makes himself into a threat later on, and B, it's why the Quinn fell flat so heavily, because the team can't play with that early pressure maybe as much as we'd like to see. Speaking of early pressure...
Oh, Ysera, gotta be a little bit careful. Could get comboed there by Tank. Civ pops the Dominus, wants to join in onto the fight. That's gonna be Unleashed Power going back in onto the Renekton. They're not able to steal away. Meanwhile, Uniboy, though, able to land the damage. River gets himself back to the Blasting Cone to keep himself safe. Uniboy picks up a flash, but they do prevent the Rift Herald from actually being secured by PSG, so a nice job there from AHQ.
Yeah, good response from HQ there, and they can transition this pressure into a mid lane push. I do want to touch on the fact that we have no cleanse from Wako, so it does mean the Ash Arrow could ring true if PSG want to pick a re-engage of their own. And as well as that, another option that I do want to touch on is that Ysera went for Guardian on Lux, which is now more standard compared to the Aftershock, but it means that if Tank is ever in range of him, the Lux is just going to get 100-0.
Can we also mention, too, that Wako, I mentioned it briefly. I think before even our pre-show, we were talking about the bot lane in particular in this matchup. Wako, it's just dominating as far as lane goes. Look at this, 105 to 76 CS. Unified, we mentioned that Wako is extremely consistent and rarely falls behind in lane, but it's rare we actually see him get a massive lead like this.
I think that's also the narrative we ran with for Unified. He has, you know, his fair share of decent early games at times, but he largely just shows up in team fights, and yet he's getting handled insanely well by Wako here, and yeah, it is testament to how lane dominant and low-key just insane Wako has been.
We'll see. Wako is going to be likely running into that Infinity Edge first, and maybe we'll see the Storm Razor second, as he does have lethal tempo for that attack speed. We'll see what his plan is going to be, as we do start to see some of our first item backs, at least component-wise. Lost Chapters in mid lane, Kindle Gem online for Hanabi, going to likely run into the Black Cleaver instead of the Bork Forest, which we were kind of wondering to see whether or not he would try and run that up against two melee tanks on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I am curious if this Renekton also opts for a Black Cleaver, by the way, because while it is good at, of course, shredding armor, it lends a lot of all-in potential as well. It's not my favorite. I think Blade is a little bit better for actually closing the gap onto ranged champs, but ranged champs getting gaps closed onto them could be the name of the game here.
Well, I see bot lane, jungle's going to show, River's also nearby, but other than that, both of them just kind of peace out. And for PSG, River has had this tendency, especially when he's on something like a Lee Sin, where we don't actually get to see a whole lot of action from him. For me, though, Kongyi, the fact that he hasn't been able to translate any pressure into a kill just yet, and we're 12 minutes into the game, looks rather suspect compared to what we've seen in previous performances of AHQ.
Definitely is the case, but at the same time, the man ate 5 jungle bans and 1 extra one from his team.
True.
Give him a little bit of slack here. Just, yeah, it's Volibear. He did some early dueling, and at the same time, you do consider it a minor success that you've also kind of shut down whatever playmaking the Lee Sin has opted into. Now, I believe we'll see both teams clash for this Drake. Issue being that Unified at this moment in time, not dealing any damage, so Tank will have to carry PSG if this team is actually going to make a contest for this objective.
Well, he does have Ludens now online for Tank, but we're still waiting about 2 levels until we hit that, you know, magic level 2 ultimate power spike with your first item, which does a truckload of damage. And it looks like PSG even getting zoned away here by Ysera, as well as the trap placement coming out from Wako. That's going to be Enchanted Crystal Arrow into the Death Sentence alongside the Q from River. That's going to be First Blood going on over to Kaiwing. Hanabi onto the backside into the pit, is able to get some damage and force Wako to get himself over the wall to safety. Civ went for a teleport, popped the Dominus, wasn't able to get much else. Kaiwing looking for the flash hook, maybe a little bit too gutsy to start things off here in your first game of play, first game of the best of 5 here in playoffs, and Uniboy's able to just walk away.
Yeah, ref flub from Kaiwing on the back end of that, but PSG, they get a single pick. Ysera gets hooked, gets locked down by the arrow as well, and yet AHQ are the ones that walk away with the Drake. You saw Gnar TP in, he had no Mega, he was a ranged minion at that point, and PSG, they try for more, but end up losing the objective anyway.
And unfortunately there, Kaiwing, he was trying to add to his montage reel of flash hooks we've seen in the PCS this year. Unfortunately wasn't able to connect on the second one. And yeah, like you mentioned, you only given up one kill, but that now secures second Drake and gets HQ in line for the Soul, roughly in about 10 minutes. And honestly, it felt like both top laners just kind of teleported in, didn't do a whole lot here.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the fact that Hanabi actually TP'd over the wall there. It meant he had to commit the hop to getting in people's faces, and by the time the HQ disengage came over the wall with the net, nothing to follow up, didn't want to flash, had no Mega. Yeah, both top laners kind of leaving a lot to be decided there as they return to their solo lane to try and farm this one out.
Well, Hanabi was able to at least pick up the Black Cleaver, so we'll see whether or not he's able to do a whole lot now in that lane and try and pressure back Ziv a little bit more. Again, Hanabi was kind of given this nice matchup up into the Renekton, but we haven't really seen it transpire into anything else across the map, and kind of go back into our holding pattern. This is pretty standard for PSG, though. We're not going to see much out of them until probably around now, that 15-minute mark.
And here is where I'm a big fan of the weak side top laners just doing their own thing, because it let Kong Yue actually shadow mid lane for AHQ, and that meant River plus tank, that quick and easy Syndra QE into Lee Sin full combo, couldn't come out to threaten Zoe while she had no flash, and it meant that AHQ actually denied a little bit of the early win condition from PSG. PSG now trying to trade back, but you don't really have all the damage in the world.
There we go, though. Nice rotation into the kick onto Kongya. Unleash powers there. The ultimate, though, gets him back to safety. Tank flashing on forward. Not able to finish off the kill, though, with the Scour of the Week as the shielding came through for Kongya with the help of the Lux. And like that, PSG commit a lot and not even able to find the kill on the Volibear.
That was the closest thing to a mechanical outplay I've ever seen a Volibear make, and yet it was sick. Lux support damage, not too insane, let's be real. It looked cool, but yeah. End of the day, though, really, really good for AHQ that they did manage to kind of stymie that engage from PSG. That being said, though, a lot of action bot side, despite the fact that Rift Herald number 2 is the next objective in everybody's mind.
Well, at least we're starting to see, though, a little bit of those roams come out from the Ashe as well as the Thresh, like you mentioned you wanted to see. You've gone Essence Reaver, so you're already running 20% cooldown reduction into the build, so we're going to try and use that as most as you can. Hanabi, though, gets caught out by the bubble, ends up going back into Mini, but luckily he gets himself back to safety, but that pressure will translate now into the second Rift Herald for AHQ.
Yeah, the Ashe, 20% CDR, but 0% damage at this stage of the game. Needs to wait out for her Blade of the Ruined King or her Zeal item into Inveg if you really want to run that kind of route. It means that you are in a position to carry these late-game teamfights that we continue to mention PSG do trend into, but it means that a lot of the early-game skirmish potential, the ability to actually convert on successful picks that you've fished for, very, very limited, because you're basically a one-man show with tank having to deal the lion's share of the damage.
Yeah, and he is at that point now that we expect the Syndra to be able to do a decent amount of damage, but the fact that he wasn't able to really get ahead in his lane, he wasn't kind of funneled any resources, kind of translates to him not being able to kind of carry like he usually does when we did see him back in the Nova series where he was an absolute monster on, say, the Corki. Now, though, PSG able to get a little bit of damage here, still no first tower, it's almost 17.5 minutes. This is a dreadfully slow game on both sides, but maybe starting to see setup come out from AHQ as in 30 seconds they'll be looking to try and secure the third dragon of the game as we do have Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I do want to touch on this AD matchup while they are on our screens, though, because as we mentioned, Unified going to take some time to come online with this build. However, Caitlyn, it's half of a myth, but also halfway true nowadays that she does still have that fairly hefty mid-game lull, and that 2-item spike for her is not quite as significant as it is for other AD carries. HQ now popping Herald mid to get some prio for basically free, and then while the enemy team deal with that Herald, you set up vision around the Drake and rotate into the next big play.
That's a heavy engage, though, coming out as Kaiwing's going to get caught out, has to use the stopwatch. Ashe Arrow is going to be used onto Kongya trying to get and disengage. And that's going to be one key ultimate down here for PSG ahead of this possible dragon fight.
important to note is that top lane TPs are available, but Hanabi just transformed back into Mini Gnar. It means this is, again, a ranged minion for all intents and purposes, and it means PSG, despite, you know, escaping from that initial engage, are in no position to fight this. Ziv is turning the tide!
Able to just rip apart Hanabi. Hanabi doesn't have to use his flash, though. Does have the hop to get to safety, but you do see that Renekton, if he's able to close the gap in between him and the Gnar, he's able to do a hefty amount of damage. Wako on top of this is going to get first brick gold funneled in onto this Caitlyn, and on top of already being ahead by 20 CS, he has a plenty amount of turret plating and now that bonus objective gold. And HQ are in a prime position to start rolling through this game once they secure Mountain Soul.
Yeah, HQ, very, very solid read of the map there, just to secure objectives, as we said. Using that second Herald to try and snowball into that third Drake. Really beautiful. You cheese mid-prio, you use that mid-prio for free setup, almost convert on a pick to boot as well. And Ziv just winning top lane 1v1 is just unnecessary at this point, but something they're more than happy to walk away with.
Well, you know, if you don't have that annoyance in a side lane of a split-pushing Gnar, and it doesn't drag any of your resources over as long as Ziv can contain them, it comes back to PSG. Once again, they decided to go with this matchup, try and give Hanabi the favorable 1v1. They just haven't really been able to play through him, and other portions of the map just haven't really gone their way. On top of that, too, mid lane, Uniboy has looked fairly consistent so far with his bubbles. We'll see, though, if PSG can find themselves a sneaky invade here over the wall, though Hanabi and the rest of the crew will come, but instantly HQ bring over the jungle as well as Uniboy. Keeps them safe. Hanabi, though, whacking away at the tower.
Yeah, and again, I attribute a lot of the fact that we see the mid-jungle duo of PSG neutralized to just how well Kongyue and Uniboy are playing this one out currently. Really good counter-aggression coming through from the AHQ mid-jungle duo, and now you see PSG frantically trying to make a play. They're at the blue buff, they're at top lane tier 1, they're trying to play around mid, and yet the map is being pushed on every avenue at this point.
Yeah, you saw Civ getting there to his tier 2, as well as now rotating over. Hanabi has to come deal with it. Kaiwing fishing for the Death Sentence, not going to land, but HQ, one more wave of siege, and that will net them actually this first tier tower, and Tank gets caught out by a bubble. Uniboy looking to line up the shot with the Paddle Star. Instead decides, all right, you know what, we'll just get ourselves the pressure, take down this tower, and maybe even go for a dive. Kongyue over the wall with the Storm Raider, gets Death Sentence into the box immediately underneath the tower, down to about half health, but still, they cannot kill this damn Volibear. Hanabi looking for a flank, but he's still a mini Gnar. He hasn't gone into Mega just yet, and by the time he does, it's too late as the fight has been disengaged.
And there is the oppressive mid-game siege. We were saying Zoe and Caitlyn lend to this composition. AHQ, there's no neutral objective on the map, but they're comp because they're ahead. Even if it doesn't maybe look like it on the scoreboard, they're in such a great position that it means they can just cluster mid, group up, and oppressively siege in PSG's faces.
And now comes to a point here with PSG. They kind of have to hope that AHQ are the ones to start making some mistakes, because you have to now factor in 2 minutes from now, AHQ are looking at Mountain Soul, which is a great up against that Syndra burst that you're expecting out of Tank. And the fact Tank hasn't been able to get out of control from this mid lane, it really feels like this is AHQ's game to lose.
Definitely does seem to be the case here, especially if you get that early Mountain Soul. Not only will it neutralize the pick potential, because of course kills you commit to do take a little bit longer to convert on from PSG if you do secure that for HQ, but also Syndra can no longer 100-0 someone. Lee Sin will struggle to find whatever limited avenues he already had into the fights anyway, and AHQ shaping up to be in a fantastic position as we are 1 minute away from that win condition.
Do see, though, Wako, instead of opting into the Storm Razor second after the Infinity Edge, decided, all right, go with the Rapid Fire Cannon. I know you're not a huge fan of the Zeal item on the second item back there for the Caitlyn, but you do have to factor in, at least they got HD, you have Uniboy that's able to output some decent damage. You also have a support Lux in a sense to actually get a little bit there, too.
As well as that, I think I'm okay with it this time around, just because it lets Caitlyn safely auto every now and again on a tower from outside of the Syndra response range. Because if you move up, even if Caitlyn has her 625 range or whatever it was, she's in range to be QE'd by the Syndra, like this onto Kongyue.
Do see Arrow coming through, not going to find its target, not going to be available here in 30 seconds, as that's going to be Mountain Soul, Drake for HQ if they're able to find it. Tank, though, has finished off his Banshee, so he just hit himself a nice little power spike here on the Syndra with 2 items, and that Scatter of the Week starting to get some decent damage in. Hanabi with the teleport doesn't have the Rage Bar all that filled. He actually just went out of it, as you can see that he didn't gain any range from that Boomerang, and now gets zoned out. Poor Hanabi can't really do a whole lot, has to deal with the tower. PSG, though, still wanting to try and contest for this Drake.
Yeah, and Hanabi TP'd into that, and yet he's already at 25% health. This is
Highway.
doomed.
Uniboy, though, gets caught out toward the side. River can't finish off the fight. Kanye wanted to jump in onto Unified, but instead decided to go into the pit. Unified, though, unfortunately gets himself back to safety. Hanabi inside the pit as well, able to get himself the Megadar ultimate, and they're able to find a kill. Kanye is taken down on HQ, but Ziv now looking to slice and dice his way through Hanabi and will find himself a kill. A nice double root coming out from the Lux. Unfortunately, HQ cannot translate any further, as Tank still very healthy, and the health bar's low on the side of HQ. River trying to steal it away. Not going to happen, though, as Kanye is able to secure the dragon through the form of Uniboy, as that is now Mountain Soul secured by AHQ.
AHQ show up, even if that fight was a little bit of a mess. It looks suspect at times, and yet they find their way into it. River lives until the end, gets into the pit, but doesn't get anything for it. Look at that massive opener onto Unified. The Ashe doesn't get to play the team fight. Credit to Unified for actually committing back into this, even though he immediately got chunked out. Uniboy lives somehow. Bubbles come through. Paddle Stars get hit, and yet this Zoe, despite being at 10% health from the get-go, is still actively contributing towards this fight.
And you saw there, Uniboy actually picks up the smite off Kongyu's dead body and is pretty happy himself. He just goes to the wall. He's now the jungle. And AHQ off that are able to secure Mountain Soul, which, there we go. AHQ now in prime position to now kind of roll over this game, as PSG, they have to now fight through these health bars, and they're still down.
Yeah, you're looking at the 2 damage threats of PSG right now. Syndra nullified by that Mountain Soul, as we mentioned, but also consider the fact that Unified on the Ashe, we had our question marks around the fact Wako opted for no cleanse versus this champion, and yet so far we've seen maybe 3 arrows come out and hit members of AHQ, and 2 of them were onto Volibear, 1 of them was onto Lux.
Unfortunately not finding his target, and he's not lucky enough to get Cloud Soul onto the map, so gonna have to wait on those cooldowns. And like we mentioned, yeah, feels like AHQ got themselves the bearings. PSG, this slow game, doesn't pan out well up against HQ. This looks very similar to the game that we saw in the tiebreaker. At least PSG tried to go for a fight at that final 4th Drake, but now team's going to be caught out into an ugly scenario. Ysera gets caught out. Kanye, though, just goes and pops the ultimate onto the tower. Hanabi gets his Rage Bar. Nice kick from River onto Uniboy. Uniboy, though, untouched until the Descends connects. Lux ultimate will come out, and that dissuades Uniboy from going on down. Ysera, though, will be taken down as Tank is able to find himself the kill. Civ onto the flank, wants to try and get the stun onto Hanabi, but he can't finish it off. River able to get himself back to safety. Q is going to connect, rejoins in onto the fight. Hanabi finds himself a kill. It's a messy fight, but that is where PSG excel, and they're able to take down 3 members of AHQ.
Overcommitment from the side of AHQ, and they are punished accordingly. Beautiful flank from the Lee Sin, kick to the face, into the backline, into a ton of damage. Yes, it took time to come through because of the questionable builds, but it was still there, and it was enough for PSG to win that fight and maybe take this Baron.
Do you see those health bars, though, a little bit low? You still have a frontline tank in Kanye that can try and just jump into the pit at the very least. Wako is still about half mana. He can put down traps. Kaiwing, though, able to find his death sentence into the Scar of the Week, and that should be enough to secure Baron for PSG, as Tank does go down to the Baron at the very end, but in the end, it's still PSG with 4 buffs on the table.
Yeah, a little bit of a throw from HQ, you have to imagine there. Just a weird fight to commit to. The trap line in the jungle was almost non-existent, so it meant Hanabi could look for a flank. And then it feels like they say, look, Hanabi's on the bottom side of this, let's zone out the Gnar, neglecting to, kind of note the fact that Lee Sin was also coming around from the top side. Syndra was not in this fight from the beginning, and yet they still somehow managed to lose this one. AHQ, they could have taken a 5v4, could have taken a 5v3, and instead they take multiple 1v1s and just fall down to the pick composition.
And that's the thing, PSG, they love trying to go for these scattered fights, and unfortunately, HQ, You had Wako and Kanyu not able to do much else during that Baron secure, and Kaiwing actually able to find his mark with his Death Sends multiple times now in the most recent fights. Starting to come online. On top of that, Unified's been able to get some gold funneled back onto his Ashe, picking up 2 kills from the back end of the fight. And it doesn't look all that bad now for PSG, as they've actually found a little bit of life in there.
Speaking of Unified and the Ashe, by the way, Zergoth is sending really detailed notes throughout the game, and yet I just get a single message saying, why is Ashe going rapid fire cannon on Ashe?
I don't blame him. We gave flack for the seal item. You said Wako was okay. Oh no, River. That's not okay. He'll get taken on down, trying to go for a sneaky flank, but the trap is able to capture its prey, and HQ get a free pick.
Yeah, Tank just building for stats, by the way, at this point on the Syndra, saying, look, I wanted Rabadons, but I need the Blasting Wand to just stat check you harder right now, and I agree with that choice, honestly. It meant that PSG wanted to be as aggressive as possible, as soon as possible, with this Baron buff, and yet because of that, the play blows up in their face. River face checks looking for another sick flank, and then in the end, he's the one that gets sick flanked.
And there you are. That's actually another Baron buff taken away, and PSG haven't been actually able to siege a whole lot. They were able to get that 1 tower, but outside of that, this Baron buff has been a little underwhelming. And it comes back now to this Elder Dragon that will be available now in 30 seconds, and PSG aren't really set up for this, as HQ already trying to get Vision down.
Yeah, HQ still have the advantage if they can get Vision around this area. Okay, I thought that was the arrow, but it's just a hawk shot. Nice. PSG now trying to trade back with some Vision of their own. They can take a 5v5 if Hanabi has his Rage Bar, which he looks to do so right now.
In good position, can try and jump over the wall. Also got to note, because of the mountain terrain, there's a lot of actual choke points that Hanabi actually excels in with that Mega Gnar ultimate to try and pin down some of these squishy members, especially on a retreat. Civ, though, does caught him out toward the side. Hanabi now going to be forced to go into Mega. 5,000 health onto the Elder Drake. It's going to be the arrow coming back over onto Kongya at 3,000 health. 50-50 smite. Who do you go for? Both at level 13. Ysera, though, gets cut out toward the side, and they're able to find themselves a kill. Kongya gets scattered the weak back by Tank. There goes back into the fit. It's still not enough. River able to secure the Dragon. Hanabi now joining in onto the fight. He goes out of Mega Gnar, and just like that, PSG once again find a fight in their favor, taking down 2 members of HQ.
Scatter the weak, Lee Sin kick, full disengage onto this Volo bed, condemning Kongyue out of that pit, but here's the TP. They're re-engaging this for whatever reason.
Hanabi wants to try and go for a play, but he's half health already by Wako and 2 headshots, so he decides elsewise.
That has happened twice in a row now.
Let's take a look back
TP's
toward
in.
this fight.
Gets Caitlyn, kind of has to awkwardly sit there. Yeah, so again, you start a fight with Hanabi and Mega Gnar. That is never really an ideal situation, but HQ really wanted this Elder. Then here's where the big disengage comes through. Syndra E knocks back the Volibear a little bit. Mild inconvenience. Lee Sin kick sends him flying. You really need to buffer the volley ultimate to immune yourself to that CC. Otherwise, you end up with whatever the heck this was now happening. HQ can't fight the Elder buff PSG, Mountain Soul aside, and that does mean that now Syndra actually executes people in just one single R combo.
And you also have Void Staff completed there from Tank, and likely now going into the Rabadons for his second last item. Also to note, Unified's also been able to pick up his Infinity Edge, now working toward his 3rd BF item as he picked up a BF sword on the tail end of that fight. And you start to see a little bit of the damage coming through from PSG, and that gold graph kind of shows you this game. It feels like, you know, HQ were able to stem the early game and do all right. It felt like their game that they had in hand, that they were to win. But then PSG, these just skirmishes, these scrappy fights, this team can excel in time and time again. HQ just can't handle it, it seems.
Yeah, that one fumble from the overcommitment towards the siege mid lane was what really sealed AHQ's fate for that Baron, which then turned into an Elder, and PSG really using that single winning game state that they found themselves in the course of a 30-minute game to absolutely hammer home what lead they could find.
See here, though, PSG going to go ahead, get the siege. That's going to force the flash out of Ysera. This Lux has been caught out a couple times on the tail end or beginnings of the fight for PSG. That has netted them a kill or 2. Like that, though. Second tower in mid, going to get taken. And it turns back into a bit of a reset here. PSG, though, with topside control, could try and translate that into at least setting up toward Baron and forcing AHQ's hand as Wako wants to step up, getting some decent damage off those crits. Have to back off, though, and PSG look to get themselves set up now for the Baron.
Yeah, second Baron of the game, second Baron for PSG potentially, as they do look for it. They have so many ways of keeping the Volibear out of the pit, but Hanabi, no rage bar, HQ, this is your moment.
Again, Hanabi just not set up for these fights. Kanye just jumps into the pit, wants to have fun himself. Lux ultimate comes on through. The kick and the help from the Baron is able to take down Kanye as he gets a little bit too excited trying to force the fight. PSG now with a man advantage.
Hanabi got the rage, got the flash, can get the fight if PSG want it, but the picks are coming through. Bubble.
Woo! You saw Battlestar taking River down to half health. Uniboy looking to try and line up another one. In comes Ace in the hole, able to tag Tank. Hanabi's going to go back to base. And with enough poke coming out from Uniboy once again on this Zoe, it's enough to force PSG back, and HQ able to live another day.
Yeah, AHQ really happy they didn't lose the Baron off of that. And honestly, they've done a fairly alright job of stalling out that Elder Dragon. Now just looking to scale up, get to a point where they can reliably close this one out when Caitlyn has her LDR or her Mortal Reminder, probably LDR because where's the healing on this comp. And now we're also looking for the Void stuff that's already been completed for Uniboy. So AHQ definitely in a good position to fight once they have core items completed, and we're seeing kind of an artificial mid-game lull for the Caitlyn, just a little bit later than we're used to, as we do have PSG recognize that.
There you go, though. PSG once again going to start this off. Unified's got to be careful, though. Doesn't really have any lifesteal in his build, and likely is just relying on the precision tree to try and give that to him. Wako fails the Caliber net over the mountain terrain, which is kind of unfortunate, but HQ once again able to prevent PSG from really trying to do anything with this Baron, and that's given time now for HQ if they wanted to try and set up towards now this second Elder Drake.
That aside, shout out to Wako for actually just keeping this Gnar out of the fight for a majority of these team fights. Every time Hanabi TP'd in, every time Hanabi tried to find creative angle into these fights, quick headshot, 1-2 tap to the face, and the Gnar is in no position to fight. Now, however, PSG, fantastic position to fight. Elder in 1 minute, Baron up now, HQ making the play.
HQ are the ones that say, we want to try and do something, and River, he gets tagged out. That's going to be Crucible coming out from Kaiwing. Not going to have that for the ensuing fight. Meanwhile, Civ is able to eat up the arrow, but Tang's damage coming out into another Death Sentence. Unleash power on the Kanye, able to take him down low, but Wako's able to find Hanabi at the tail end of the engage. And there you go, PSG without the frontline tank, but Kanye very low if he wants to try and continue this. Uniboy fishing for Battlestars, but HQ immediately try and reset back to base.
Yeah, PSG trying to get mid-prio here while they know that HQ are resetting so they can delay the potential Baron take. Do HQ hard commit for the Baron themselves right now? Potentially, but it looks like they're just going to be full utility defensive vision line. Maybe we see a 1-for-1 trade on the Elder for the Baron, but I do wonder which team prioritizes which objective.
And we take a look back here. Civ is able to eat up the Crystal Arrow, and it looks good here for PSG. Looks like they're going to burst down this Volibear, but the damage starting to come online for HQ. Actually takes out Hanabi, and he's still down for another 10 seconds.
Yeah, Kongyue had no access to that ultimate for the majority of that fight. That's why you saw the full disengage, and that's why you see the full re-engage. Trap line is up.
Trap line up. 1 second now on Hanabi. Had teleport available if he wants to join in onto the fight, but he does not have any rage because he just respawned. He's still going to try and make it play happen as he jumps in, immediately gets rooted into another stair. He's going to be able to get himself back to the safety. Unified almost gets taken on down. Ace in the hole. Going to only connect onto River. 3,000 health onto the Dragon. Does River try and go for the steal? It looks like it's not going to be the case as HQ are able to secure Elder.
Yeah, Lee Sin casually getting 1v1 by the Zoe while we were looking at Hanabi's suspect TP. The Gnar comes in onto a trap, onto a chunk of his health just missing right out the gate, and it means that the carries from AHQ can take full control of that chaos, can find their picks, can put out their damage, and now look for a Baron play off of that Elder.
And he thought Uniboy was scary with some of the damage he had, even though he's 1-1-3. One full Paddle Star, not even without the bubble, is going to take you down to about half health. And with Elder, that's going to be an easy execute. Unified, though, is the one to make the call and say, hey, I want to go into the mid lane. River maybe can try and find a steal himself, but immediately gets taken on down. PSG in shambles at this point. Tank tries to steal the Baron. It's not going to happen. Scar of the Week comes back. Unified, though, pushing it onto the base.
Yeah, can you get the mid inhib before the Renekton gets you? Signs point to no here, as Unified just on full disengage from here on out. TP flank now in, as you do have the PSG AD carry in no man's land.
Unfortunately, Unified going to try and go for a kill on Giacera if he could. Unfortunately, doesn't flash over the wall, and he'll get taken down as the shutdown goes on over to Ziv.
Ooh!
Minions
actually finishing off that mid lane power play, though. It is a small trade, but it is a trade back. HQ, however, I think they can end off of this push if they can find another pick. So this fight, 4v5, because, yeah, Ashe is mid, as you do. Just solid call to say, look, we don't want to actually skirmish this, instead just go for the Miracle Steal. But because they're not super coordinated, because they're playing against a disengage heavy pick comp, River gets Zoe'd.
And simple as that, Uniboy, we mentioned back in spring, he had something like a 38 KDA because of this champion for the first 3 weeks of the season. And again, may not be insane at this point as far as the numbers go, but still a heavy threat. And like you mentioned, HQ are looking to finish off things. Snare lands in onto River. First Nexus Tower going to get taken down. descends onto Civ. He's in Dominus. He
Hanabi
doesn't care.
can transform.
Hanabi looking for a transform, looking for a flank. Some decent low health bars. Wako gets caught out. River with the kick. They get the shutdown off the Caitlyn. And now Civ is caught out in trouble. He gets pushed on back. Ysera gets taken down. PSG look to hold the base. Uniboy, though, able to take out River. And he's coming back with the cooldown. Civ low, but they're not able to finish off the Renekton. Tank going down low himself has to pace out because Uniboy with one more auto, one more Paddle Star combo, it'll be enough to take him down.
Elder?
Tank, though, Elder, it's dissipated. They can't get the execute, and PSG hold.
PSG weather that storm, the Baron buffed, super minions crashing in, and yet they live through it all. AHQ, good aggressive play, good attempt at a pick, and yet with all of these skill shots missing, with all of their damage committed into thin air, not a whole lot they can do here. Unified even respawns by the time this fight does start to play out, and suddenly this is not a 5v5 you want to opt into. The arrow onto this cleanseless Wako, who hasn't even opted for QSS yet. You have Mikhail's on the Lux, but it was on CD, and that is just not a good look for HQ.
PSG, they're able to find a hold. Unfortunately for them, the Elder Drake just timed out now, so Tank is actually extremely lucky. That's why Uniboy was going so aggressive over here trying to finish off the kill. If he was able to get it, maybe they can actually take the base completely, but PSG, they're able to live for another day. Baron is now going to dissipate, and we might have to wait out for another couple minutes onto the next objective.
Looking at the inventories right now, this Ashe is still dealing not as much damage as I would maybe be comfortable with, of course. QSS plus GA, about as defensive as you can get. Unified, however, his job isn't to be the primary carry source. He is just reinforcing Tank and River while they try to find some of the backline access that we haven't really seen so far. Speaking of River, by the way, backline access, that kick is all he's good for at the moment because he is full tank, full utility, Lee Sin.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's there for the odd Dragon Steal, possibly, if they're able to find it, which he has done before. Multiple times in clutch scenarios when the team has needed him to step up, he has been able to find the objective, but without that engage, it can be rather difficult for this team to actually find the kills necessarily. AHQ going to go ahead and clean up the rest of the map while they can, try and get as much gold before this next Elder fight that will be happening here within the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, AHQ need to set up a trap line, need to get some good vision for Uniboy to find a bubble out of Fog of War, and then it's really, really difficult for PSG to face check into them. Even if this Lee Sin is full tank, even if Thresh is getting fairly hefty now, Na'Tu, it's all armor for everybody, and that means that they are still going to get shredded by a fairly formidable Zoe pick in the mid lane of AHQ.
So there we go, AHQ. Just go ahead, get vision down. Hanabi Unfortunately, pops his rage bar, but we'll have 40 seconds to actually build that back up once again for the next fight. Civ is in the top side of the map, just trying to get some pressure. Kanye was thinking about maybe going for an engage. Unified, though, almost gets one shot by a paddle star from Uniboy. And that's the thing, this Zoe is lethal. And Wako and Ysera, they're not afraid to try and hunt down Hanabi as they force PSG back.
Unsurprisingly, the carries of
Oh,
AHQ
no.
45 minutes into the game deal damage. Merc Treads. Merc Treads pretty good against Zoe, let's be real.
Still,
Kaiwing,
though,
yeah.
it's getting a little bit scary here if you're PSG. Hanabi does have teleport. He needs to try and build up his rage bar. Instead, he's going to go back to base, wants the home guards instead. But if he teleports like we saw in the previous fight, without a rage bar being built up, it feels rather lackluster.
Elder?
And especially
Elder's
in
being
this
done.
pit that has mountain terrain. And Elder was started up by Ziv a long time ago. River on the other side of the wall. He wants to try and find a steal. Only lands the Q over onto Ziv. Hanabi, though, he's left out to dry. That's 5 members. Wako almost gets caught out, but he's able to cleanse it right on the frame. Ysera able to get some damage. They take down the Gnar, but in response, they take down Ysera. But the massive paddle star damage coming out from Uniboy carries the fight. And PSG, they're left to rot as HQ look to close out game 1.
That paddle star did 2/3 of 3 people's health. PSG clump, PSG get punished, and we don't even need to see the second Elder for AHQ. They can just end off of this one, off of their mid lane power play, off of Uniboy Zoe winning this game for them.
And that mid lane threat we expected to come out of tank. Unfortunately, though, Uniboy's on the other side of the map alongside Kongi. That Mad Team duo able to help lead the charge here in game 1 up against PSG as they look to take hold of the series off the first game 1-0.
1-0. There.
Even flashing the Mad Team. Even flashing the
dude.
Mad Team logo. There you go.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. With that, though, we are going to go ahead and come back on over to our analyst desk, and rejoining us, of course, is Zergoth. And Mr. Zergoth, I see one of your notes there. You say, Uniboy's really damn good at Zoe.
Yeah, I think Uniboy, I was writing it down. I was actually writing down a complete performance analysis of both teams, and it's just basically the Uniboy show at this point. Even though it doesn't entirely show on the scoreboard, I think Uniboy secured them just so many early objectives, poking out the Lee Sin, poking out the Gnar, just constantly looking aggressively with the Zoe, which is one thing that's really hard to execute on. He is in a matchup that's like 50-50 in the beginning, but it depends on how it goes. He rushes the Merc threat, just says, I'm gonna farm it out because I'm gonna perform later on anyways on the Zoe, and he just makes it a show. Honestly, it's just Uniboy is so good on the Zoe. I think PSG should consider banning it for sure.
Yeah, we take a look at some of these fights here, and this was AHQ again, looking to secure the game here. And Briz, you said it yourself, your reaction said enough here when Uniboy is able to chunk down 3 members of PSG in a choke point.
Look at this, look at this. Look, here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. Here's
And
2/3 of
boom.
everybody's health. Whoa, that was sick. That won the fight. It's over. And yeah, never really had the chance to see too much damage come out of really either carry on the side of PSG. Like when we saw the Syndra ult, it was usually onto the Volibear, which to be fair, essentially same as Zoe poking out the Lee Sin, but with a much longer cooldown. And then yeah, the Ashe questionable build. I know Zergoth, you particularly were a little bit confused by some of the choices.
I think specifically the crit build in the beginning, I thought to myself, this build isn't that great, but when I saw it more work out in the game, the way they were playing it, they were using it as setup for the Threshold to land, to the Syndra combo to land, which I think is decently smart, but the Mountain Soul kind of countered that win condition, so to speak. The Syndra couldn't really find any proper picks due to the tankiness of AHQ's front line, and I think the Blade Ruin King would have served well in shredding that front line, but in the end I was relatively okay with it. What I wasn't okay with was the Lee Sin build this game.
I wasn't okay with
into Randuin. Let's go.
I also just wasn't okay with River in general. I felt like he rather underperformed this game pretty heavy-handedly. Even the fact that his Thresh is only 3,000 damage behind him on this chart.
Yes, I think River overall, I felt like PSG's win condition in the early game was to look for fights on mid, actually proactively look for kills, and then snowball that pressure into just trying to punish the enemy bot lane. But because they weren't being proactive on mid lane, Tank was getting poked out, River was getting poked out without being together, they couldn't find any windows in the mid lane, and so this Lee Sin just got completely outskilled. I still would have liked to see the Black Cleaver, because I think with the Black Cleaver you can still look for a bit more damage with the combo. You can shred the enemy front line and then go into the Renduin's Omen and look for more pressure onto the Caitlyn. But I think with the Knight's Vow you're just almost dead weight, and the Knight's Vow doesn't do much because the enemy team doesn't have a consistent DPS comp that you can fight with the Knight's Vow, but it has really heavy burst. It's looking to get these picks with the CC, with the Volibear stun, with the Lux Brood, into a Caitlyn combo, into just everything just dropped at once, and the Knight's Vow doesn't do that much against it.
Well, you do see, though, I think we're unanimous when it comes to this agreement. MVP for Game 1 is going to be Uniboy on his Zoe, 5-1-6 with 91% kill participation and 32% damage share. It felt like a whole lot more, but in the end, HQ, I think they're going to be relatively happy with that performance. The early game looked rather well. I think it was just those little mid-game shakeups during those really scrambled fights that PSG are known to succeed in.
Yeah, that one overcommitment mid that PSG were able to snowball into a Baron play, into the Elder as well. Just really, really beautiful play from PSG to try and come back from that. Unfortunately, not enough to stop them from getting 1v9'd by the Zoe later on, but the idea was there. Again, also though, we had our fair share of criticism towards River, towards some invisible carries as well, but Hanabi's Gnar, with those TPs, onto the Caitlyn trap, time and time again.
I know we'll have an opportunity to talk a little bit more about that, but for now, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, Game 2 between HQ and PSG.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
fast, life moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. Homie, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah. Shutting it down. Been in the ground and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing. Go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cool. God say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 벨로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage we 줄게. 모든 쉽게.
Bringing a habit to all foes. Until they all vanish, you know it's on. This is the life that I chose. I'm down for whatever, anything, go.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for Game 2 of our best of 5 here today. HQ able to take down PSG in Game 1. We'll see whether or not PSG can go ahead and tie up this series once again. If I welcome you all back to the Global English Broadcast, of course, I'm Opal, joined alongside Riz and Seth Croft. Oh, geez, I messed it up. There it is. There it was. I knew it was going to finally happen. But yeah, heading back into our first game, I think one of our major takeaways were, A, Uniboy is a smurf. 2, PSG, every time they put like Hanabi into a winning matchup, they still just don't play through him.
You want to take it? I'll take it.
Oh, no, I was like, all right, it's about top lane.
I was waiting for you, Chris, but yeah, I think AHQ played a really strong early game, mostly through Uniboy. Uniboy found so many picks and poke onto the enemy. It secured them Dragons. Against an early game team comp, the Lee Sin Syndra wants to play through mid, and Uniboy didn't give them an opportunity to. So the game scaled really slowly, which favors the Zoe and the Caitlyn over the Ashe and the Syndra. So I think overall, yeah, it was good for HQ.
And I think my last point about that previous game was that we had our fair share of criticism for various players across the board, and yet Hanabi's teleports never really came up in our discussions. The Gnar teleported in with no rage bar for his first TP. Did that again like 3 more times, but those times he was teleporting in onto Caitlyn's traps and just getting shut out of the fight completely before he really had any kind of chance at responding. Yeah, thank you for emphasizing the stats there. And the
that wasn't me,
the two
okay?
players.
That wasn't me.
to be fair, with Hanabi, playing Gnar into Caitlyn specifically is extremely hard to pull off.
Well, we'll see what the plan is going to be here. PSG, they have opted to go on blue side this time around, so they will have first pick. HQ to be on red. And it looks pretty similar to the bans that we saw back in Game 1. No set and no TF being available.
Yeah, and I think the big question we have in regards to that first pick, okay, that's the Zoe ban that Zergold said he wanted to see, but the big question about that first pick, do we see priority in the jungle, take away something good from Kongyue and get a good priority pick into River's pocket, even though Lee Sin didn't really work out, or do we revisit the AD carry role, take Caitlyn for Unified, that's a very unified champion, or do we just default back to the Ashe? Honestly, it's going to be the Marksman first rotation, but it's a question of which Marksman do we see.
The Caitlyn ban is really interesting. I would have liked to see it from Unified, because of the fact that Unified had a really good game last game, and I think Kaiwing was also playing well. But the Caitlyn ban kind of tells me that they're looking to play through top lane again, rather than, or again, they want to play through more solo. Yeah. They want to play through the solo lanes rather than the bot lane.
Ooh, wait, are we gonna get something new out of River here? Yes, we are. It's gonna get the Lilia getting locked in here for PSG to start things off.
So this was actually banned in the first game. Of course, haven't seen it from River yet because we haven't seen. Well, actually, no, we saw PSG, of course, but both of those games that they won, Ryan was the one playing the Lilia, so had a little bit of experience against that from River, and then there is the most hotly contested top laner between these two players.
Well, Ziv seems to really like the Renekton, even first rotationing it in this situation. I think it's alright, but it gives PSG the opportunity to pivot into a lot of things. They could pivot into a team fighting composition with the Ornn, or they could look to have a mixed damage profile in top lane and look for heavy counterpick like
Quinn.
the Lucian, like the Jace, like the Quinn.
Quinn, yeah. Hanabi loves this Quinn. But I actually think Renekton gets a lot more strength, or rather value, the earlier in draft you pick him, just because he is fairly good into most top laners and does shut out a couple of those melees that do want to try and get some sort of footing in the lane early, even if he is fairly easily counterable now.
Now, we do see, though, with that Renekton lock-in, we are also going to have the Ashe getting locked in for Wako. Now for PSG, are they the ones that are actually going to run the Lucian up in top lane as a counter, or are we going to see that out of Unified?
Keep this as a flex. The Lucian needs to be a flex. I want to see a support pick here, not AD, because the Lucian can flex the 3 roles. The Thresh is good, for example, but it can flex the 3 roles, and it makes a draft for HQ extremely awkward if they don't know where Lucian is going, because it could always just be a solo lane Lucian with the mixed damage profile they already have with the Lilia. So, it still becomes really awkward. This means lane Lilia.
Or it means Volibear top.
No, I think it's lane Lilia, because I have seen it before. It functions.
Do you run Conqueror or Phase Rush?
BTXL mid laner talked about this once. Hatrix. He said that Lilia functions kind of like a Aurelion Soul, where he just constantly shoves in the wave in mid lane and just looks to roam permanently to side and get advantages elsewhere. Especially after 6, when your E is global, you can hit side lanes and you can sleep them before you're there, and you can just follow up with a lot of damage on your laners.
Well, we'll have to see what the plan is going to be. Like we also mentioned, though, Volibear getting locked in, that again could be going to the top lane for Hanabi. It has been done before here in the PCS a couple times. AHQ, though, for Uniboy, not going to have the Zoe this time because it was banned, but opting into the Syndra, so still a lot of upfront burst damage. You do see, though, on AHQ, they're kind of calling right now, they don't expect this Lucian going into the bot lane, so that you're going to go ahead and try and ban out some of the options still available for Unified.
Potentially, this could be a ban on the Kalista top into Renekton as well, and just reading that Volibear's jungle, Lilia could be mid, as we mentioned, functioning secondary Aurelion Soul, as Zergoth did say, and that would mean it's Lucian bot. But yeah, still definitely a lot of options across all 3 flexible roles here.
I want to see a Lee Sin ban here. I think Lee Sin Syndra is something that can definitely punish Lilia or Lucian mid shenanigans, and I would really like to see it banned here to take away a strong early game jungler from Kongyue.
It has been one of his go-to pickups, but instead they opt to get rid of the Olaf. So again, you're not going to have any axes, but there you go. Lee Sin immediately locked in for AHQ.
Right, and if we're PSG here, of course you do take support. Blind pick Thresh probably going to be the option here. It depends on what you pair it with. Of course, locking in AD carry here alongside that support would mean that we are seeing Lucian mid probably, or top, Lilia in the other solo lane, and Volibear in the jungle. Jhin Thresh, I think, is fine. Thresh would also kind of remedy some of the kind of susceptibility of having the squishy solo laners that you've drafted getting dove. But I also think you could think about just getting a hard disengage support as well.
I want PSG to pivot here and pick the Tahm Kench. It's so good against Ashe, Syndra, and Lee Sin. I want to see a Tahm Kench here. Or a Thresh, but mostly Tahm Kench. I don't like this board because I think it doesn't offer the frontline and disengage that PSG need in this composition, even though it enables the Lucian a bit more because it can roam around. But it's a really risky route to take for PSG.
So bot actually makes lane phase a living hell for a lot of your more melee supports, and this would also be a good one that can answer his roams. I wanted to see it. I was always happy to see Blitzcrank.
We never usually get Ysera, though, onto a Blitzcrank. Opts into usually something like a Nautilus, beefy front line with an easy engage, and that seems to be the play here. Not to underestimate, though, Kaiwing has had a nasty Bard at times, but now we get to see exactly where everything's going, and it does appear it's going to be Hanabi in the top lane on the Volibear.
So this Lee Sin Syndra core was what PSG chose to run in the previous game, and it's very, very strong at finding picks and forcing fights on their terms.
I dislike the positioning of the champions that PSG has. I would have much preferred to see Lucian top and Lilia mid, but I think either route that they could have taken feels bad into Syndra. but the pressure is definitely on AHQ to make things happen in the early game because their topside is so volatile. It's such a heavy pick topside as well. For AHQ, they want to use the Volibear to shove in the wave and look to pressure the Lee Sin there. But in general, I think the draft is heavily AHQ favored for now.
Well, we'll have to see here. AHQ looking to take hold of this series and try and force match point in Game 3 if they can find a victory here and go up 2-0. PSG, on their hand, looking to tie up our series, effectively reset the series to a best-of-3 heading into Game 3. We'll see whether or not that's going to be the case. Some new picks coming out from PSG. We'll see if it will be enough to turn the tides as we load into the Rift for the second time today.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And a little bit of a different look here for PSG, Briz. It's first time we're going to see River on the Lilia. We're going to see Tank on a Lucian. A bit of a change up here. As even Unified on Jhin. These are all just brand new picks for PSG as far as I believe majority of summer has gone.
Yeah, a little bit concerned for PSG in terms of the identity they've drafted themselves into here, though, because we're so used to seeing them scale up on the Lucian, scale up on Tank, rather, not the Lucian. That is not a play you want to make. Scale up on Tank, scale up on Unified, and yet they've drafted early game champions for their respective positions, and that means the carries have to be proactive early, have to be out of their comfort zone, and really take it to HQ, blow for blow throughout these early stages of the game.
And we saw back with PSG in the previous game, as well as the tiebreaker game up against AHQ, and heck, some of the Nova games. This isn't a team that likes to play all that aggressive early unless they feel super comfortable into their matchup and they feel like they can absolutely dominate. So we'll see whether or not we're going to actually have that identity change as River's going to go ahead and he starts on his Raptors.
And I think consensus for reading jungle Lilia in pro play at the moment is that when ahead, she is super oppressive, insanely good, can invade pretty much permanently because of priority in any lane. And yet, at the same time, if she's behind, she doesn't really do much of anything. She looks for that invade.
You saw there, though, River just comes on by, steals away the camp, and Kong is going to be a little bit upset there as he uses Smite a little bit early. Nonetheless, though, not going to actually have much else as River goes back into his jungle.
I think we've seen this every Lilia game so far, is that one solo lane, whether it be top or mid, just hard shoves, and then level 2 just go for an invade at the enemy Raptors. It's worked out, it continues to work out in this game, and River now, 2.5 minutes into the game, going to be taking his first buff.
Yeah, going to go ahead and get his blue buff right there. Top lane, meanwhile, though, Hanabi's getting that early shove in, of course, naturally via the Volibear. Bot lane, probably not going to see a whole lot of action here until we hit about that level 6, especially from Kaiwing as well as Wako.
Kaiwing just going on a bit of a chime climb, as it were. Gonna go grab some meeps. It's fine, it's whatever, but at the same time, the less time you spend in lane as this Bard Jhin duo, the less time you get to actually use a lot of the innate strength of these champions.
Yeah, you have that range advantage, especially from the support role. We see, though, mid lane, Kong is just making a quick appearance. Zergoth said, again, multiple times, this is a duo that can easily burst down a squishy champion like Lucian if Tank is caught off guard. Is playing really far back, actually, in lane once he gets that initial shove in.
Yeah, speaking of duos, though, I do want to draw your attention to the Renekton and Lee Sin here, because we need to see them be proactive early. If you unlock one, you unlock the other, and here is one of them making an aggressive play.
Kongya, though, he goes over toward Krugs. Could have spotted out River, who was at about a third of his health. You see, though, Kaiwing kind of suspecting something's being weird here, as Ysera's not afraid to just go ahead and wander into the Tribe Rush. We do see Univoid's just going to go for a quick back here. Maybe looking at a possible dive. Be a bit early, though, from AHQ to be looking for that, as Kaiwing also has the Shrines. Keep Unified nice and healthy.
Yeah, the Bard actually got nerfed on this patch when it comes to the Shrines. Not quite the same level of free health potion through 3 of those shrines now, but still enough sustain to, as you mentioned, kind of dissuade an early gank. However, with that read of the Lee Sin's positioning, it opens up the topside jungle for yet another invade from this Lilia. The 2 pushing solo lanes also really help.
So now this kind of screams here. Are we going to actually see River try and make plays up toward that top side of the map, especially once Hanabi gets that level 6 where they can just go ahead, disable the tower, and just dive Ziv consistently?
Yeah, definitely need to see if Ziv can be pressured out on this Renekton, or if we see the Lee Sin actually making some sort of a play to try and snowball. It's not quite that empowered Renekton W into a free stun from the Elise Cocoon or the Nidalee Spear, but it's still a hefty chunk of damage, especially in these early stages, and if Kongyue doesn't build Knight's Vow, Randuin's Omen on the Lee Sin.
You saw there, Sarah ended up clipping the wall for a quick sec there and went for a bit of a ride. Fortunately, Kaiwing Unified still only level 4. Can't really do a whole lot with this combo up against a tanky Nautilus. You're still waiting for an item or 2 before that Jhin actually starts to hit very hard. And I guess it's going to be whether or not, hey, to get the shove in bot lane for HQ. Looks like that's the case. And also some deep vision into the jungle of PSG. Should net them the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, Minion Dematerializer from the Nautilus being committed there just to help push out that bottom wave. The Ashe W free cast onto the wave, cool, trim it out, really nice. Jhin has a lot of single target burst and heavy trading, but when it comes to wave clear, Ashe wins out every time. As well as that, the mid lane tethering back in Uniboy's favor. Tank needs to be super careful because level 6 for Syndra means kill him at any time she wants, and that does mean AHQ priority in 2 lanes, sandwich onto the Drake in between.
Do you see though, River again just spending a bunch of his time toward the top side of the map. Looking for level 6 here, won't get it off this camp. Still needs another one here as he's only about a third left in the bar for his XP. So it doesn't look like they can actually go for maybe a play here. Hanabi does have level 6, so they could maybe, but they decide not to. Let that wave crash into the tower once again, as Hanabi just looks for a little bit of a roam into the jungle.
Yeah, looking at early itemization, pretty standard across the board. Lucian, of course, waiting for his blade, then he can go for the all-ins with Bilgewater. But now looking at Wako here, tier 2 boots rush for the Ashe. None of this BF sword into the Essence Reaver before we complete those. Instead, opting to be able to chase Unified down, and really doing a lot of work in that regard.
So we're going to see likely into that Bork build. We do see, though, Hanabi taking a little bit of damage here from Civ a little bit early. Civ's been actually able to kind of equalize that lane. It's now, though, level 6 time when we come look across the map. You got level 6 now for River, you got level 6 for Hanabi, and even Tank to an extent with the culling as well. So we'll see whether or not River wants to strike on the map early. We've said multiple times, Lilia, especially here in the PCS and globally, when she finds success, you have to be aggressive, you have to be oppressive into the enemy jungle.
And I'm pretty eager to see how the Lilia interacts with both the top and bottom lanes, because Volibear, of course, the E, fairly conditional, the Bard Q, fairly conditional. If you get set up with a sleep, very easy to line up a free CC chain into a potential kill. But Ysera kind of reads the map, says, okay, Lilia probably fishing mid now, let's guard Uniboy just that little bit.
Do see here, though. Bot lane with Ysera showing himself mid is going to get caught out here. Exhaust comes out into the Kern call. First bullet hits, second one misses. Third looking to connect as Wako weighing this one out. Unified, you're taking too long, but the fourth one finds its target. It's first blood over to PSG. A nice intercept, though, comes out from Kaiwing, able to soak up the damage from Kaoyu, and he gets stunned up. In comes the damage, a flash forward, and Unified's already on fire with 2 kills in the bot lane.
Yeah, insanely clean flash from the Bard there to tank up the Q. Kaiwing gets in the way of Kongyue, saves Unified's life. Unified, we thought he waited too long with those 3rd and 4th shots, and yet it was just in time. Wako caught out just a little bit, trying to push out this wave, trying to crash it, trying to break the freeze by himself. But look, HQ, yes, they have a 3-man roaming death squad, but they're all at the blue buff right now. They are not here yet, and even though this flash comes through to interrupt, the bullet has already been fired, the shot is already out, and the Ashe is already in the grave.
Yeah, he saw there, was really hoping that Kaiwing was actually going to land the slow, but then kind of realized, I have to make this 4th shot to make it happen. And on top of that, you also get your Jhin 2 kills in lane. And that's not a half bad start for the bot side of PSG. Now not even having to rely on River to be their catalyst.
definitely now looking towards PSG as having momentum because this Lilia's free farming, the lanes have naturally won at this point, and they can rotate first for this objective, as you'd expect Bard teams to do. HQ scrambling, try and contest though. Kongyue, he's got the smite and the Q for the execute. Could get this.
Oh, Kaiwing though, a beautiful 3-man Tempered Fate into the sleep from the Lilia. River looking to run rampant, and there you go. That's the 3rd kill of the game over to PSG. Civ tried to go for a flank immediately, though, got answered by Hanabi. PSG, they trade sides of the map at this point. Civ looking to get the retake here as Wako goes forward. A flash out from Hanabi, though, is able to find the kill. Now Wako, separated from his team, can't even finish off the volley bear. The 2-man Scatter the Weak combo coming out from Uniboy. Unfortunately, no. Kongyu is now caught out toward the side, gets himself to safety, but not for long, as Unified on a killing spree.
And as it turns out, Bear beats Crocodile every time. The volley opens up onto Ziv. Hanabi finds his way onto the top lane of HQ, and the fight is not over yet.
They do not slow down here. 4-shot, armed and ready. Not going to be able to curve the bullet around the big Nautilus, but still able to pressure them out of the mid lane. And PSG, we wondered, all right, are you going to actually try and get this going? You're going to play this early game comp? Well, let's see it happen, and they have.
Only slight misfortune here is that Hanabi was the one to get the Herald. Yes, it's good that PSG actually secured the Herald, but the Volibear with the Herald, what's he going to do? He doesn't really want to group with everyone. Yeah, he can maybe selfishly get a couple of plates under his belt and pressure out the Renekton even more, but at the same time, it's a little rough. However, really good for PSG. We said Jhin, Lucian need to get ahead early. Get ahead early is the name of the game from here. Look at how beautiful this fight really does go for them. And AHQ, stop taking fights into this comp, please.
Again, all you got to do is kind of let the scale back up. Civ is also forced to flash away as Hanabi was looking to solo him out. And oh boy, map's starting to crumble here, and PSG should be also able to try and exert some pressure over toward this dragon here. We'll see whether or not HQ can at least secure vision and try and attempt this, because they were looking to start to try and stack toward dragons. May not be the case here, though.
So, actually pretty intrigued to see how HQ have managed to secure vision around here.
Oh, there goes the stopwatch coming out from Kaiwing. The Drowsy lands only onto the Nautilus. Tank is there for some damage. Bard ultimate does separate the fight, not able to actually land onto any target, but it does force AHQ to have to back off as Ysera's down pretty low.
Yeah, after a tremendous commitment on trying to pick off Kaiwing, they can't really find too much of anything, and it means the rotation onto this Drake is about as free as it comes for PSG. Kongyue maybe trying to get himself in on this. I don't know what he's doing chilling in the bush. Maybe trying to pick Kaiwing? Could we see it? Could we?
Oh, gets Kaiwing, gets the kick back. Not able to get the kill, though, as he goes for a ride. Unified is also nearby and can't finish off that pesky Bard, as Kaiwing will live another day.
The exhaust was kind of clutch, but also Unified was like, nah, you don't need the heal. You're fine. Just get out of there. Yeah, Kaiwing. Genuinely very happy with how the Bard has been just very, very active. Relative to the first game, where while he did play fine, he was largely invisible on one of his signature playmakers. First Thresh loss of the summer split. And yet here on the champion, we've not really seen too many games from him on, but when he does play it, he does show up.
It's not half bad. The one bonus you could say, at least for AHQ, is at least the mid lane, it looks like Uniboy is doing decently all right into this Lucian matchup. Hasn't been able to really do much on the map, but that could change right here as River's coming on by. Doesn't have the sleep available, but Culling will do enough damage. River's the one to secure the kill, and even with the unleashed power, Tank doesn't go down, and oh boy, map's starting to crumble here for AHQ.
Yeah, you don't need the temporary sleep when you can just put him permanently to sleep here. Good kill pickup from the HQ mid-jungle duo. Really, really clean execution there. And Hanabi trying to pressure out Ziv as much as possible. I believe he popped the Herald already. It was not top, so I do wonder where it was. Did it get interrupted? Oh, okay.
Threw it down. Yep. He kind of just walked by mid, threw it down, and was pretty happy. Meanwhile, we see a Seed go for a trip. Oh, it does catch out Wako, but no one's nearby.
Ooh, sleep. No sleep. Oh, Lilia's a Gromp. I see.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think they're actually going to go for this play. Nonetheless, it's 7-1. A much better early game than what we saw from PSG previously. The big thing, though, is this comp does require them to continue up this pace. Lilia needs to be continually aggressive to try and force out your jungle opponent. HQ, though, not hesitating here, trying to get some deep vision to try and spot out River on a rotation.
Yeah, now looking at Lucian with the Blade of the Rune King, it means that Tank actually has a fairly hefty amount of kill pressure. Looking back at AHQ though, Renekton already out of this early game, very much in a difficult position from here on out, past his peak. Lee Sin, maybe probably for the best that he should be going for the similar tank build as last game, but of course Black Cleaver is probably the way to go, given the fact his carries are who they are.
You do see as River again just gets spotted out there. A nice hawk shot. Kongya, though, and the rest of the team coming down. Uniboy actually is drowsy if he wants to actually pop to sleep, decides not to. They don't actually know if Uniboy's over toward the side. Now see the Scour of the Week. Kind of realize, hey, this ain't too good. Double sleep gonna come down. Do they actually pull the trigger? There is the Tempered Fate. Kern call ready, but in comes the teleport now from Hanabi to rejoin in onto the fight. Ashero's gonna land. Unfortunately, though, not gonna be able to save Ysera as he gets taken on down. River finds himself another kill. A little bit of a troll set up there from the bot side of PSG, but in the end, they are still able to find a victim.
Yeah, a bit of a clumsy execution from the side of HQ, trying to salvage that play, look for a counter engage around those Krugs, but can't convert onto anything. Redeeming factor though is that Ziv gets time alone to make a convincing case for this tower, but can he get it before mid lane tier 1? Signs point to no. PSG will crack this map open and will be able to rotate just that little bit more reliably.
Now we'll take a look back here as River does actually find the seed onto 2 members, and we did mention a little bit of a miscommunication there coming out from Kaiwing and the rest of the squad, but still, in the end, not end of the world, they find themselves a kill.
And because Kongwei booked it out of there, the stun actually connected onto Ysera and the wall. Very unfortunate, but hey, it's life at this point. AHQ, they have the pick comp, and yet they are the ones getting picked.
And with that too, that's now second Rift Herald for PSG. Can use that if they want to toward the top or bot, as they've already taken mid lane tower. So that's allowed Tank to be able to be a little bit more free. Uniboy's kind of stuck into his lane. Do have to note though for HQ, you do still have tower, still have tools like you mentioned to go for some of these picks. You have Ash Arrow, you have this Nautilus that could go for her own. It's kind of the question now is what is your plan for HQ to try and turn things around and slow down PSG?
So at this point, just scale up on Syndra Ashe, get to the mid to late game. Know that Lucian plus Jhin, if they ever move in range to actually contest the Ashe's DPS, they're in range to just get knocked down completely by the Syndra. Renekton at this point, meat shield, Lee Sin, meat shield, Nautilus was never anything but that. And that does put a lot of pressure on the carries from HQ to shore up their gameplay relative to the first 10 minutes of this one, because it was because the bot lane of the map faltered so heavily that Lee Sin had to dictate all of his attention down there, leaving the Renekton on an island during his most devastating part of the game.
You see River is the one that goes ahead and actually gets himself to safety there with a quick flash. Meanwhile, Ziv also getting themselves into choke point. 2 members with the Tempered Fate, and now HQ have to try and take back a fight. Shut down, though, as River gets taken on down. HQ with a man advantage. Ziv, though, still trying to lead the charge. Able to get some health back, but still not enough damage. You saw a nice Scour of the Week. A re-engage comes out from Ysera, but instantly gets popped by the 4th shot of Unified, and it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, current state of the Ashe means that AHQ's teamfights are dictated by the cooldowns of the Syndra.
Oh! Kongya trying to get super fancy, ended up killing Wako though in the process, still gets the shutdown. But a bit of a messy play coming out there as it looks like the miscommunication was showing here on the side of HQ. Hanabi now cut out toward the side, does have Deadman's though alongside his Q, will get himself to safety with the extra move speed.
Yeah, Uniboy relatively immobile on this Syndra, of course, trying to frantically get in the fight. Can't chase down any real member of PSG, and though this Syndra showed up huge at the start of it, essentially just playing the wait for cooldowns kind of game. Really, really cool clean outplay by HQ to actually knock down the Lilia at the start of it, but they use so much. They use the arrow, the depth charge, and the unleash power, 3 very, very strong ults, just to kill the enemy jungler. And as a result of that, when the ensuing fight happens, what can they do?
And there off the tail end here, you saw Kongya. He really wanted to make this play happen onto Unified, and fancy. Unfortunately, though, Wako doesn't really have his ultimate to connect. They still are able to at least finish off the kill. They get themselves a nice shutdown. Unified, though, getting himself his 5th kill and also rushing into the Storm Razor with the next Zeal item coming shortly. Unified's going to start hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, so this is the big crit Jhin. Usually you see it into armor stacking champs. Renekton, the only real champion that's going to itemize for that, besides maybe the Nautilus with a little bit more of his own. But still, yeah, cool. You shred through the front line that, as we said, are the only things stopping you from knocking down the Ashe and Syndra. And it does mean that PSG's carries are now in a fantastic position to actually take the fight to AHQ now.
You saw there, Seed goes through, Tank getting hyper-aggressive, in comes that Tempered Fate, Kaiwing roaming on over, not able to find the stun though, Culling's going to be used by Tank, Arrow swings by, there'll be a lot of ultimates burned, but no results on either side.
Kaiwing so clean so far this game, but not enough to hammer home a pick onto the mid laner of HQ. However, PSG really happy with the pressure they're exerting. There's no neutral objective for them to take on the map right now, because you don't really want a 20-minute Baron when the enemy team has a pick comp. And as a result of that, they're just happy getting big CDs before this next Drake does spawn.
And with that, looks like it'll just be a quick little reset here as the vision is down for PSG. Ysera, though, does spot out Kaiwing, so he's just going to back off here. And looks like for now, HQ are just going to try and get pressure where they can. Civ has gone down into the bot lane, at least to soak up the wave. Do start to see, though, your second items starting to be built after our first. 2 Black Cleavers on the side of AHQ on the top side of the map. You also have Uniboy looking toward his next item. And the Ashe, like we mentioned already, going into that Essence Reaver build.
Yeah, I imagine that the Ashe will just look towards the Runans as a second item, Infedge as a third. It means Wako not dealing any kind of damage for the foreseeable future. PSG, their carries, are in no position to fight right now, unless Uniboy converts onto one big pick. And again, we're seeing the Syndra pick up a needlessly large rod and then just not build anything from it quite yet. Here's the engage.
Current call comes out. Kaiwing still has his ultimate, but they decide against it. As River did spot out Uniboy with a seed, but kind of had an idea that Kongyu was nearby. So just going to try and force them back out of their own jungle. Kongyu actually is going to get sleeped here, just trying to actually force something out as Kaiwing gets caught out towards the side. Arrow completely misses from Wako, and both members just get deleted. Wako caught out by the Tempered Fate. It's a double kill for Unified, now 7-1-3 on the Jhin.
Should be a quick and clean Baron for the side of PSG. Double AD carry comp. Kongyu is still alive. Kongyu still got smite, but how does he find backline access? Lee Sin literally blind when it comes to this pit right now.
We'll see here, though. 3,000 health does have that control ward going down, but the rest of PSG, they just come on over and take him out here, say thank you very much. And Baron, even though it went down to 1,300, it's still going to get secured by PSG. Now 15-3 on the scoreboard, a 5,000 gold lead, and firm control of the second game of the series.
Yeah, credit to Kongyu for the attempt. You see the immediate engage from PSG onto the enemy jungler, and as the rest of the team tried to play damage control, there's the flash off of the Syndra that we mentioned. Kaiwing got top, and there is just every member of AHQ that can't move maybe as quickly as they'd like to, just get systematically picked off.
And there you saw Kongyu try to make that hero play. Fortunately, gets spot out before he can do anything else. And like that too, you start to see the map starting to crumble around AHQ's Honda, he's able to finally take down his first tier tower. And also the fact that you have an 8-1-3 Jhin on the map now. That is a very disgusting scoreline for Unified this game.
So I mentioned that Ashe's itemization means she doesn't deal damage till like 3 items, 4 items. Volibear's itemization means Ashe doesn't deal damage till any point of the game at this rate. Dead Man's Plate, Ninja Tabi, Sunfire Cape, and an engage to boot.
Kaiwing might get caught out himself, does have Tempered Fate who wants to try and go for a re-engage. Uniboy has to get himself back to safety. Current call going to be used onto Wako, as that's going to be the second, third bullet. Fourth bullet not going to connect, and over toward the side. Unleash power. Meanwhile, though, Tank is able to take down Ysera as the mid lane push continues for PSG. Kongyu trying to find the kill. Civ popped the Dominus already, now going to show himself. River tries to get himself back to safety, ends up popping the sleep, able to get himself back. Kongyu can't finish off the kill because he gets slipped on the same frame he connected, and both members of HQ cannot find the deer in the jungle.
And while all of this party is happening, PSG push up the mid, reset, and now look to kill Uniboy. Once he dies, you can take the base, you can take the game. PSG firmly in the lead now.
He saw mid lane getting pushed in. Now Hanabi still powering through. Scare of the week should deny him. Still going underneath the tower. Hanabi wants this damn kill. He's got to get soloed. Gets the shielding. But meanwhile, mid, they're able to secure themselves the inhibitor tower as well as the next dragon. Let's take a look back to how things panned out.
I like how it's like, oh, after this play, PSG firmly in the lead now. It's 19 kills to 3. I have no idea where that came from. Just kind of materialized over the course of the past 20 minutes. And yet PSG are living for it. Insane amount of pressure being sent out here. Honestly, it's not terrible for HQ that they're kind of stagnating a Baron push by forcing a crazy fight that almost looks like it turns out in their favor, trying to find a pick with the pick comp. Nice that they're not just rolling over and dying to the superior 5v5, but they try and force the picks when they don't have prio. They're being pushed on every avenue, and suddenly this game is way out of control. I say suddenly, actually, it's been out of control for the past 15 minutes. AHQ, what are you doing? Try and scale, please. It's not gonna happen.
And there you are now. 4 minutes on to the next dragon. Baron not going to be available for about another 2. As PSG, a 5,000 Baron power play, a 9,000 gold lead, 19-3. We've seen players pretty much turn around what was an ugly game 1. Have come to play. Kongyou trying to go for a kick. Not going to happen, though. Finally gets it off the end there as River's going to get punted off back. Still gets the sleep off, though, and 3 members lined up and ready for this Kern call. In comes Hanabi. It's a double kill for Unified. A triple on the 3rd shot. And like that, PSG should be able to close out the game.
Jin's least favorite number is 3, and yet PSG's most favorite is 23. So many kills in pocket. 23 kills in 26 minutes. What is that? That is disgusting as PSG push out mid, looking to push out top. Not going to end the game quite yet because we're still so early. The death timers are not quite game ending, and yet the push cannot relent.
One of the slowest inhibitor takes you're going to see out of this team. Unified, though, takes the 2nd tier tower, and like I mentioned, it just takes one more, again, 2 or 3 members from HQ getting caught out, and this game should be over. We'll take a look back as they're the ones to try and force this onto River.
Yeah. Hanabi, get in the backline. But no, he's doing a good job. He's peeling Kongyue off of his carries because his carries are quite big.
Unified's been nasty with this Jhin, by the way. This is a step-up performance compared to what we saw back in Game 1. And likewise, also Kaiwing had a decent Thresh game with some good death sentences, but his Bard has been on another level.
Yeah, his Bard has been fantastic this game. And you know Unified's going to get MVP. I was going to say if PSG win this, but you know when PSG win this. But Kaiwing did a lot of work on this Bard. Part of it, though, was AHQ's bot lane being either invisible or just lackluster. And suddenly we're seeing this series be flipped on its head, about to be reset into a best of 3.
Oh, Kaiwing gets a little bit caught out there. In comes Hanabi, though, onto that flank, and culling damage from afar, forcing AHQ to have to back off. And Ysera, he'll get caught out. Another 2-man tempered fate. Wako's going to get put to sleep in the ground once more. Double kill for Tank. Kern call underneath the fountain. They're locked into sleep right before their salvation. And AHQ, they have to watch their base go to crumbles as PSG turn up the heat. 26-4. In bloodshed, they are able to take the victory over AHQ and tie up the series 1-1 after just stunning AHQ and making a case that this is, again, our spring champion team looking to make their way through the upper bracket.
And we said these teams were evenly matched, top of the table worthy candidates here. And what we didn't expect was that evenly matched meant they'd take turns chain inting. A very intriguing game coming through from HQ. After a fairly dominant game 1, just everything fell apart that time around.
I think overall, I don't think this is what we expected out of our game 2, Zaragoza. Especially, we saw PSG early game 1. It felt rather lackluster. We felt this team was kind of dead in the water. Bing, bada, boom, they change up the draft, and then they turn up the heat, and AHQ are completely taken off guard.
I think if you can say that someone's here ready to play the game, is both Unified and Kaiwing. This game, game 1 they had to play against a really oppressive bot lane that just doesn't. That you couldn't do much against. This game, they have a matchup in which they can punish, and they punish really hard. I think Kaiwing's Bard was extremely on point, but Jin, while sometimes missing a few shots, overall was really good. And yeah, I think AHQ bot lane was really hard outclassed in this game, and it kind of snowballed the pressure to the rest of the map, because what do you do when your bot lane is just, almost feeding, honestly?
It doesn't look all that good. Yeah, there's a lot of times where we're kind of like wondering, Wako, his positioning, it just looks super weird. Like, I'll give him the fact he was able to at least have a CS lead somehow out of lane phase again, even though he got killed like 3 times. But it doesn't translate well if you're caught out of position, and especially in around some of those Baron fights into the jungle, it just did not look pretty.
No, absolutely, and actually I do want to touch on some individual matchups, because I believe Zergoth said stop going for counter picks because they haven't really worked out. Instead, just pick things that complement your composition. But speaking of compositions, this Volibear top actually did surprisingly fine. Zergoth, do you have any strong thoughts about it?
I think the Volibear top worked really well in countering the strategy that ASU was going for, in which they picked a Renekton. Don't really play around it, they like neutralizer, because the Volibear is really oppressive if you don't punish it early game. It has permanent priority in its lane, it has really strong early game damage despite its items, and overall it was a really good pick stylistically into what HQ was doing.
I think, though, overall, you got to commend the fact that we were able to see a lot more life out of PSG as a whole. Again, grouping up very early, knowing that they were at their power spikes and able to take these fights with the kits that they had on their side. It was a good change of pace, and I think also a good boost there for Big Fafa, because we've always kind of questioned some of PSG's drafting. What would be the case? MVP, though, we were wondering.
I told you that it was gonna be. I told you that. I heard Unified MVP and I was sitting in my head, no, there's no way.
I said I wanted Kaiwing to get it, but they usually give it to Unified, even when Kaiwing does,
All right. Because Kaiwing was the obvious MVP for me.
Yeah, Kaiwing able to set up plays. Trust me, our production, they're a little bit biased when it comes to KDAs, but yeah, that Bard, it's hard to ignore, and Kaiwing, alongside the rest of the team, able to take home the victory in Game 2, and that now sets us up for Game 3. Like, Zergoth, what do you want to see change out of AHQ this time around?
I want to see higher priority on Gangplank. I think with the way this series is going, it's such a heavy focus on bot lane, and what's happening in bot lane, that the GP can influence it, and I think Ziv is playing well mechanically, but they're not looking to pressure his lane. So in that sense, I want to see a GP so he can farm it out and help bot lane in different ways than just the regular TP. Other than that, I don't want to see counter picks anymore on support from Ysera, but I want to see safe laning phases and enable Uniboy and Kongyu to be able to play their game, because this game they had to constantly cover, constantly look at the rest of the map, and they weren't able to play to their own win conditions. So I want to see more scaling and safety on the side lanes, and I want to see them be more proactive in mid jungle like they were in Game 1.
All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it's Game 3, series tied 1-1 between AHQ and PSG.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
And straight back into the action as we jump immediately into draft. AHQ going to be on your blue side, PSG on the red. And similar bans to what we saw in our previous game. Interesting enough, though, AHQ have decided to take blue side here in Game 3 as they ban out the TF as well as the Nidalee once again.
Yeah, now this Caitlyn ban is making a lot of sense. As it turns out, PSG, when their bot lane gets to play the lane, gets to play the game, actually fairly formidable.
And interesting enough here, too, we're going to have that Caitlyn, that Lilia ban as well now actually coming out from PSG. So just want to make sure that Kong can't use it. But I know, Zergoth, you were mentioning a couple times, you wanted to see a little bit of adaptation come out of here, out of AHQ in this Game 3.
Yeah, for sure. Like, what I want to see is I want to see a safer bot lane for Wako and Isera, because I don't think they've been having the greatest of series. Uniboy and Kongyu, on the other hand, when they've been able to play proactive, they've been making sick plays, and they generally have a good grasp of what they want to do on the map. So I want to see them enabled more, and I want to see the side lanes pick safer supportive champions to allow their mid jungle duo to shine. One adaptation I want AHQ to make for sure is to shift away from the Renekton and look for the gangplank.
Well, instead, though, the option is going to be this Ashe getting locked in first here for Wako, putting priority onto the bot lane.
Yeah, thoroughly unimpressed with his Ashe in the previous game, but at the same time, it's such a power pick with the Caitlyn removed that you do have to consider it to be, you know, the go-to. We saw Jhin into it before, could just wait on the lock-in of that AD carry for Unified. Of course, prominent Ezreal player, has done his fair share of different champions experimentation, as we are going to have to see first rotation jungler from both teams for fear of the 5-ban curse.
One thing that I want to see match with this Ashe, I want to see a Tahm Kench match with it. It's a super safe lane, super strong as well, enables you to rotate around the map, make picks. I think Tahm Kench should definitely be on the radar of AHQ, and it will also work extremely well into the Graves and the Zoe, which are both very burst heavy champions that have telegraphed windows of damage, and Tahm Kench works perfectly against both.
Yeah, Tahm Kench Ashe was actually the bot lane that HQ smashed and took over the map with versus PSG in the tiebreaker, where they just completely did to PSG what PSG did to them last game. So definitely could see that as an option, but looks like their priorities are gonna lie elsewhere.
Yeah, we got ourselves kind of the Kongyu special, and River actually has played this too. It's actually going to be Kindred getting locked in here second for AHQ, and then pairing that up once again in the mid lane, it will be the Syndra for Uniboy.
I think this isolated mid-jungle duo counter pick from AHQ makes sense in isolation. The Kindred is extremely strong against Grace because she can kite it, she can deny the burst with her ultimate, and the Syndra can try and look to create mid-prio, which she can, it's a skill matchup still, but she can get mid-prio a lot of the times. So I like it, but it requires the rest of AHQ, these last two picks, to be relatively setup heavy picks from AHQ.
We're seeing here now, though, next round of bans going to be used from PSG actually are the ones to get rid of the Thresh, so not going to see Kaiwing on that one again, as they do actually get first pick coming out of this second rotation. Briz, what are you kind of wanting to see in particular now from PSG in the second half?
So paired with the Senna, you could run Wukong, but neither Unified nor Kaiwing are big Wukong players, so I expect more of the Maokai. Maybe they take the Tahm Kench themselves as well, also a very valid option. And suddenly you have this global to actually contest the Ashe when it comes to influencing some of these cross-map plays. And I think that while Senna is kind of anchored to the bot lane, or at least to A lane, just that little bit heavier than the Ashe, the Tahm Kench would go a long way towards remedying that.
I think PSG is looking to 5th pick support or pick Braum on this position. Because I think Braum is so good against Ashe and Syndra already in particular, and it pairs up really well with Senna. Also, they Ashe Tahm Kench into Senna Braum. It's not a good matchup for Ashe Tahm Kench. So I think HQ should ban out Braum here. They don't, so we'll see if the Braum comes through or not.
Yeah, Braum, Tahm Kench, of course, both very well known for being super good into other melee supports, just very oppressive once you get control of the lane and don't really let go of it. And I think that Bard is a good option into those melee supports, and it's been a good option for Kaiwing. I just don't really like the lane with the Senna.
I mean, I think the lane itself, you're kind of sucking the Senna, but Senna needs support in lane to survive it or to scale up. But Skywing's Bard was on fire last game, so I'm okay with this pick. If you can keep up the, if he just carries the momentum from last game, he just thinks, oh, we're still in game 2. Then I think the Bard pick is good. Otherwise, it's gonna get heavily punished by the Ashe Morgana here.
Yeah, I also like the Magical Journey just kind of remedying the, as I mentioned, the anchor that the Senna is to the bot lane, just by giving her some artificial mobility and just really reinforcing PSG's rotations if they do want to snowball through mid-jungle, even if the isolated 2v2 is a little shaky.
Oh, but here you go. We were wondering, this top lane, both picks were kind of hidden, and it is going to be the Renekton getting locked in for Civ, and we'll see if Hanabi just goes something heavy tank just to deal with it and then act more for those team fights later on.
But Malphite is so good here. Even though the enemy is Black Shield, it still creates such a huge pressure against triple AD threat.
Oh, there you go.
There's a GP.
There you go.
Right, Hanabi GP, it's a special, but he does give first blood on it like 9 times out of 10.
His early first 5 minutes, and even the team will meme him. If you've seen any of our side content with PSG, they've said, if you pick GP, just don't die on the first level gank, because Kangyu will likely visit him immediately, and I wouldn't be even shocked if he puts a mark on Hanabi. I wonder, even with Hanabi having a Kindred mark above his head, if he will still hard push level 1.
I mean, it's Hanabi's gonna do it for sure. Also in this matchup, it's extremely important to get push level 1, to bounce the wave, to get in a slow pushing position towards yourself, and then have your jungler there to cover the dive, and then you're Gucci in the lane. But it's really important to pressure early so you get control of the wave as Gangplank.
Yep, definitely is the case here, and of course level 1 trading fairly reasonable between the passive, the Q, and the Grasp, but then, yeah, need to tether it back, otherwise just going to get dove level 3.
So here we go, it's going to be our third game of our series, AHQ PSG Talon. Both teams able to find a victory here so far during the series. Now, though, interested to see how HQ kind of bounce back after such a heavy-handed victory coming out from PSG. Or does, HQ say, you know what, we are going to give up one of those during a series. We're going to try and switch things up. Kangyu going to be onto his Kindred, something we haven't seen for a little while. We also have that rather safe combo in that ball lane in the form of the Ashe and Morgana. We'll see whether or not Wako is able to refine his footing, refine his composure after being caught out multiple times in Game 2. Or, is PSG finally going to answer something in that top lane with the Gangplank we are so favored to see. Let's go ahead, though, load onto the Rift for Game 3.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
And on to the Rift we are for Game 3, 1-1 in our series. Again, this is the upper bracket of our summer playoffs. So loser in this series isn't out of Worlds contention just yet, but if you do win, you're only one single best-of-5 win away from securing a seed in China.
Definitely do have to look towards Worlds being the end goal for both of these squads, especially with how questionable the other two teams in our upper echelon did look yesterday. AHQ and PSG both gunning for a seed. It just matters which one will they claim. Honestly, either of them could get first, either of them could get second. Then again, if we see AHQ play like Game 2, PSG play like Game 1, either of them could both narrowly miss out on Worlds qualification. And then that would mean Bajaya Dragons and the new favorites to go to Worlds.
There is the possibility that the eighth man seed after they found their upset victory a couple days ago, they could make that miracle run to Worlds. As Riku would say, that's pretty pog. But coming back now to Game 3, getting more focus on this. What do I want to see if I'm a PSG fan in the first 15 minutes of this match?
First 15 minutes, really, it's just a farm fest for the Senna. You're hoping the tank can actually utilize the spellbook in mid to use his TP advantage to get some decent chunk out of Uniboy, and then TP around the 6-minute mark with a spell shard in pocket and with the Drake up to reinforce River there. You're also just hoping that Hanabi hasn't been dove by that time. It's Hanabi. This is why he dies a lot on GP, because he's mega aggressive all the time.
I'm just saying, though, I didn't see a mark come out from Kongya. And Kongya actually decided to path down toward the bot side of the map. So the one thing... Oh, there it is! There's the mark finally. That might actually force Hanabi to kind of relieve some pressure, though he doesn't know that Kongya's actually on the bot side of the map completely.
Yeah, I do like the mind games of the Kindred mark, but Hanabi actually reads it well, doesn't relent on a certain degree of pressure. He was already feeling a little bit on himself just because his mana pool was being drained dry through the repeated Qs, but still, having a field day in that top lane. Bot lane going by way PSG now.
Still, though, start to see a little bit of aggression come out of Ysera, just looking for that Dark Binding to connect. Not going to be the case, though. Meanwhile, though, River doing a full jungle clear so far, only having his Krugs remain as he clears out the Raptor camp.
Uniboy giving a lot of respect to the pick potential of a bubble here, saying, look, I really need the cleanse. The lack of a TP means the Syndra is susceptible to losing a lot of tempo and momentum in that mid lane, though, so there's definitely the possibility of Uniboy actually losing some footing into the tank matchup, and tank really growing those small advantages as he has tended to do since he started to find his footing coming in to PSG at the start of the split.
And also to note there, unfortunately for Kongya, it looks like his mark was actually on the top side of the map, so he actually didn't get that free stack off the scuttle. It went over to River, so only just going to slow down the Kindred just a little bit. We are aiming for that 4 to 5 stacks around the 20-minute mark for him.
And I know Zergoth is tilted now because, again, we're seeing the Renekton pick, and again, we're seeing nobody play around it. Just left alone in isolation. Really, really rough for Ziv again. Individually, flawless, but the team doesn't play around the pick. I say flawless, not flawless, but fantastic at least. Very, very good.
Consistent. Consistency is always
we're we're dialing it back with every sentence at this point. We started with flawless, we're back to consistent, which is what you use to refer to someone that has mechanics still in this day and age playing top lane. But hey, yeah. Genuinely, this top lane matchup has delivered so far, even if the rest of the map has not for either of these teams in different phases.
You do see, though, Hanabi's just fine trying to at least soak up the wave. We do see Kongya, though, pathing his way on over. Going to go ahead and take the Gromp. I do believe he does not have a Blast Cone, but instead just going to opt to go for a lane gank possibly here. We'll see whether or not Civ is able to bait in Hanabi as that wave's going to push back.
Definitely are looking for some playmaking potential, but I expect the bottom side of the map to explode in favor of PSG. Once we see the Tempered Fate available, once we see Cannon Barrage available, just look for River plus tank to just be unlocked and take full control of this map.
Hanabi's getting closer. There's Kongya finally going to show himself. The flash comes out immediately. Stun is going to be eaten, but the orange is just a little bit too late, and there you go. First blood coming out of HQ onto the Kindred.
And did Zergoth think we were kidding when we said Hanabi always gives first blood on this GP?
Yes, he does.
Yep, this just happens time and time again. And, well, that mark that you missed out on the bot side Scuttle Crab, more than happy to answer with it with an extra 400 gold injection on top of one from Hanabi.
I like how the game naturally also reminded Hanabi that, yes, you have a Kindred mark, because it actually showed the little thing above his head, because it usually just does that every couple minutes to kind of remind you, hey, you're getting hunted, and immediately right after that, there comes a Kindred into the lane. You do see, though, Cannon Barrage coming out from Hanabi. Does force the flash out of Ziv. River's nearby, but again, it's a Graves. Rather difficult to actually go for this dive. Will at least be able to stop the back with the smoke screen. We'll see if they're able to actually finish off Ziv.
Yeah, can't actually auto through towers on the Graves, so a little bit...
Woo!
6!
Civ, though! He just kills Hanabi instantly as River didn't actually tank up tower aggro. And goddamn, top lane not going well here for Hanabi now.
Tank is here, but so is the minion wave. Ziv pinning himself between the tower and the wall, though.
Oh, he's able to dodge it out. Tank, he doesn't have exhaust anymore. Paddle Star, though, will finally come through, and they're able to finish off the kill. Nicely done, as that will at least be able to trade back a kill, but Ziv is now pretty big on this Renekton.
Yeah, because of that 2-odd-minute-long commitment, though, it meant Kongyue could go for the reset after the first blood, straight to the Drake, more objectives in pocket of AHQ, and this was beautiful. Hanabi tanks up the tower, but Ziv, with that Q to trade onto Hanabi, clears out a minion just by chance, and is able to tick over to Dominus territory. Tank with the reinforcement here, very good read. We thought maybe the Zoe was a little bit superfluous, coming up for the reinforcement when Ziv was already being dove by Graves and GP, but as it turns out, very necessary, very well done, and the mid laner of PSG does pick up the slack while Ziv pops off.
And build also pretty much mirrors what we saw from Uniboy in this matchup when he was actually on the Zoe, so Tank actually kind of in an okay position, actually picking up a kill, but I know top lane for Hanabi, not going the way that he probably dreamed of. Though I feel like at some point he would start to have, you know, reoccurring memories of how his top lane experience has gone every time he plays Gangplank, getting camped here early. Nonetheless, 2 kills over to HQ, a stack over for Kongyue. Not a bad start for this squad looking to bounce back after a disastrous Game 2.
Yeah, Hanabi, he gave first blood, he gave second blood, and he may find himself chunked out, pressured out by Ziv from here on out. Also super crucial to note was that when Hanabi went for the all-in onto Ziv, he popped the Cannon Barrage. He tried to make that happen, and that means PSG, they don't have Cannon Barrage for this play, but they do have a man advantage.
Ooh, Tank, though, comes in with the help of River, and Kongyue just a little bit late on the Kindred ultimate, and there you go. Second kill of the game going over to River now, 1 on the Graves.
This is actually my first time seeing the Kindred skin in game, and that ultimate was beautiful, even if the actual use of it was not. Good to see it. Wako, yeah, a little bit upset. Just ult preemptively here, Kongyue. Don't hold it. Don't wait for the Graves. Oh, I think he was out of mana, to be fair. He's fairly low on it now, so.
He was pretty low. So he wasn't able to pop the Lamb's Respite. Maybe he was just waiting. But on top of that, River's also going to go ahead, steal back a mark. And Kongyue's going to have to keep hunting these champions if he wants to get those stacks in before 20 minutes.
Yeah, I definitely need to see the Kindred hit 4 marks around the 20-minute mark if she wants to A, continue to kite out the relatively low ranges of PSG, and B, wants to navigate these fights with any real threat. That being said, off to a beautiful start so far. Kongyue looks to continue to snowball this. He's been so good at doing that across many other junglers, so why the hell wouldn't he be able to do it on a champion that is the definition of snowball?
And there you go. You also brought up the bot lane for the side of AHQ. A little bit late over from PSG means that's going to be the first Rift Herald of the game going on over to AHQ, so getting some neutral objectives in their pocket to start things off here in Game 3. And maybe even looking for a play here as in comes the arrow. Just goes a little bit wide there as Tank is able to keep himself safe with a sidestep.
Let me tell you about the duality of man. Here's a snare.
Snare comes out. Uniboy actually had to pop his cleanse. In comes the Senna ultimate. Tank, though, is going to get caught out as Uniboy is able to find himself his first kill.
And I was about to praise Tank, actually, with that duality of man comment, because I said, look, Tank, he stays in lane, he farms up a storm on a lot of champs, but this time around, less farm than his jungler at times, because he's just roaming 24/7. This time around, he gets picked, though, and the Rift Herald is popped in mid.
So there you go. Mid lane tower should be taken here from AHQ on the next minion wave as Kaiwing taking some decent damage from Uniboy. Teleport is going to get exhausted. We'll take another look back, though, on this fight as Tank is able to separate himself from the initial engage of AHQ, but follow-up is still there.
Yeah, I do wonder, did he not have the spell shard available to swap into the cleanse? Probably not the case. Maybe he thought, alright, Uniboy did very well on the Zoe in Game 1, despite running no cleanse versus Syndra Ashe. Maybe I can do the same. Regardless, didn't work out. Tank gets picked, gets knocked down, and suddenly has to rely on forcing those roams just a little bit harder as he is up against a fairly formidable Syndra now.
So now the Syndra also has GLP completed, opting to go for the little less expensive burst potential that you can have compared to, say, the Ludens, but still going to have that as well as a little bit of utility with the slow. And just ahead of this next Dragon spawn, which would be the second one for HQ if they're able to secure it.
Yeah, Cannon Barrage being saved up by Hanabi here if PSG do want to commit for this or if AHQ want to contest. Lamb's Respite makes these takes a little bit more risky, of course, for the side of PSG, as we have the collapse from both teams.
Over the wall they go. Unfortunately, Kongyu not able to contest as River is able to secure it with the Graze. Meanwhile, though, mid lane getting pushed in. Uniboy, though, gonna wait for those minions to take down the tower. Pretty low.
Oh.
Won't go down just yet.
Oh. Yeah, kind of kicking himself for not actually hard committing to that while PSG were just 5-manning that Drake. 4-manning rather. And now as soon as mid goes miss, as soon as they have no vision on Kongyu, Hanabi chills at his tier 2 for a little bit. Just says, look, maybe I want to be a little bit careful about how forthcoming I am here. Cannon Barrage available.
Cannon Barrage, in comes the Tempered Fate, but a nice Black Shield from Ysera will keep him safe. Really hard to lock down that Morgana. Skywing not going to be able to land that just yet here. Uniboy, though, and Kongyu, with that pressure being shown bot, get a little bit aggressive and get Kongyu another stack.
Oh, that was nice. Uniboy cleared out all of the small raptors, but left the big ones so the stack could come through. Very well played by the... Well, I say very well played. It's not, but very, very nice. Yeah, very kind-hearted of the AHQ mid lane.
On top of that, too, that's first Brick Gold actually going on over to the Syndra and the Kindred, and almost the full kill coming through as River soaks up the unleashed power from Uniboy. Brings him down to about 200 health, but now this mid lane, a little bit unlocked, will allow him to roam alongside Kongyu when he wants to go for those aggressive invades.
Pretty important to note, with that Drake takeaway, PSG delay Dragon Soul, which will of course be infernal for the side of HQ if they do secure 3 of those big, hefty red Drakes. And that will mean Syndra, her one-shot potential is bigger, but if PSG get it, it means they can get the one-shots from the Zoe more reliably as well.
So I think we can kind of trail back to our original thoughts here, though. We're almost at that 15-minute mark, and we mentioned for PSG what we expected was primarily a farm fest to come out here. And outside of the one tower being taken in mid lane by AHQ, they've been able to soak up a decent amount of the pressure from AHQ.
Yeah, AHQ with that big topside kind of advantage, haven't really done all that much with it. Yes, they got a Herald. Yes, they got that mid lane tier 1 off of said Herald. But for now, PSG weathering that storm, scaling up. We mentioned Kindred likes to farm up on those marks. Senna loves those souls even more. She can start to play the game after around 60, and well underway is Unified's quest towards just ramping up in terms of relevancy.
There you go, though. Uniboy's able to hit level 11 here via mid. Speaking of spikes, with his first item, going to pair up alongside Kongyu. Kongyu is just farming through the jungle now, taking that away from River. And River's starting to fall a little bit behind. Hanabi, though, able to land a good combo with his barrel. Unfortunately, can't really do much follow-up, as that pressure coming out from Ziv is going to net themselves another tower for AHQ.
Yeah, no real commitment possible from the top side of AHQ, even if they are pretty big, because Uniboy was anchored in the mid lane. Tank roamed faster, Tank got there quicker, but even despite that numbers advantage for PSG, it is AHQ that walk away with the tier 1, it is AHQ that continue to crack open this map, and it is AHQ that should have the onus when they roam towards this Infernal Drake in 90 seconds time.
So we'll see if the setup is there. Meanwhile, other items starting to come online. We do see Hanabi now has finished off his Trinity Force. You also have Bork completed here for Civ, going for a rather aggressive build. And Muramana being stacked now by Unified as he looks a path into the Black Cleaver we'll likely see later.
Yeah, mentioning items, it feels like we have to pay attention to the fact GLP came through from Uniboy instead of the Ludens. Losing out a little bit of burst for reliable lockdown, for reliable slow. Speaking of reliable lockdown, here's Ziv getting on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, Civ going to try and at least stall out here, but it looks like none of his team's coming on by, realizing, all right, this one's done and dusted. Coming on over, River will secure the kill. Could have given that over to Unified and Hanabi, not end of the world. Meanwhile, though, topside, that is going to be second Rift Herald being taken here by AHQ.
Yeah, actually, I was going to criticize AHQ for giving up Ziv there for apparently no reason, because they had full control top, full control mid, and yet they lose Prio because of it, but they get the Herald, and they then can teleport the Renekton in for the Drake in 30 seconds. Beautiful play.
Wing able to get himself to safety, had to blow the flash, was a little bit concerned he'd get stunned up, but AHQ just dominating the top side now, PSG's map, and at this point, second Rift Herald's going to be popped for second tier tower and top, and also funnel some gold back onto Waka.
Yeah, Wako now just in a fairly suspect position when it comes to actual map state because he's like one cannon barrage away from dead when it comes to having someone close the gap on him, but he's okay to do this. The issue I have is that HQ still commit topside, still hold all of their cards face up on the table. You know where everybody is on this team, and it means PSG have a free beeline to their second Drake of the game.
So with that, PSG are going to be able to secure themselves second Drake for themselves, picking up the Infernal. On top of that, though, Kongye, there you go, 4 stacks at 17.5 minutes, is able to pick up that Raptor cap once again. So this Kindred scaling up rather nicely with that 1 kill and 1 assist to go along with it.
Yeah, fairly solid. 17 minutes 40 before the 20-minute mark. Checkbox marked pretty happily, saying, look, Kindred's accomplished the bare minimum for being a relevant champ this game. Nice. Speaking of nice.
We might have to come back to our analyst desk for a short little bit.
So we add Zergoff. Come back to the analyst desk.
We come back. We got Zergoff here. How you doing, mate? How
back out there.
So I'll give you guys a little bit of information. A quick bathroom break, apparently. Wako, we kind of wondered why maybe he was feeling or maybe playing a little bit weird. Apparently, he's actually rather sick. So the referee, he asked for a pause, and they're currently on a toilet break right now for HQ. I'm so glad I was able to finally use that excuse as a pause. Oh, boy.
All right. Well, that's feels bad, man, for Wako that he feels bad on such an important series, but we still can't ignore how the game is going. One thing that I keep being disappointed by AHQ. You picked a Renekton, Hanabi dies twice in the early game, and what do? You pass the bot side all the time, and you're not even ahead in Drakes. You only had like 500 gold. Come on, AHQ, you can do better. Civ was smurfing in top lane.
Civ was smurfing. The fact that he was able to kind of turn around that 1v2 dive and actually go even for a trade, I think was a little bit disgusting. But don't have to ignore the fact, though, that AHQ, they're looking pretty nicely with this Kindred as well. You have the 1 kill, 1 assist. You got yourself those 4 stacks before 20 minutes. And AHQ are sitting in a comfortable position.
Yeah, definitely do have to attribute part of that to the natural kind of counter matchup in the mid jungle, kind of limiting options for PSG in that regard, but yeah, mostly that top lane fumble. This time around, though, the bot lane's fairly quiet. I do expect a little bit more action now that we have Senna ramping up in items, Ashe scaling up a bit. You're basically playing utility marksman with heavy engaged support, and that should really be the name of the game for both these teams, just letting those bot lanes dictate the fights that you do take. I think otherwise you're basically banking on Zoe one-shotting someone, Syndra getting a cool pick, if not, the bot lane's just choosing to fight when to fight.
I just really think it's incredibly hard for AHQ right now to win in 10 or 15 minutes from now, because the Infernal Soul is an option, and Infernal Soul on the Gangplank, on the Zoe, on the Graves, who have easy ways of applying it from range, is so destructive for your team comp. So I really want to see AHQ prioritizing Dragons a bit more over the gold and map control that they're getting right now.
All right, Zergoth, is this Liandry's third item GP game?
Oh, let me think about the team comp. Yes, it is, because they only have Zoe on their team, so they're getting a bit more consistent magic damage is good.
Well, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. We are going to go ahead and take a very, very short break, and once we get back into the action, you guys will see it right here as we go to a quick good comments, actually, between Wako and Hanabi.
今天我们要来录就你最浮夸，我就看你多浮夸。
非常熟吗？很熟啊，高雄人怎么能不熟？
那我要先请你可以开这个吗？
可以啊，我知道他一定会接受。
你又知道了，
他的话肯定很恶心啊。
那我猜不到怎么办？
你的智商我能同意。
你再说一次。
你的智商我能理解。
你再说一次。
你直接关你了。
第一个。 人帅，长得又高，打游戏又强，每年拿冠军。要是能重来，我要当家强。虽然走路会低油，可是不影响我对他的崇拜，就像是夜空中的萤火虫一般。那么要以
这肯定观众写的啊。
第二个， 即便赛区合并电狼解散，狼魂依旧不灭总决赛。东山拼尽全力，连1/5个电狼还是打不赢狼王，带领塔隆获得总冠军。
这个也是观众写的。
第3个，安娜碧眼镜歪掉，怎么可以这么帅？简直是新一代时尚潮流之父。
这个就是你写的。
塔隆能够招揽到这么厉害的上路太原，真是太棒了。没想到泰国也有这么厉害的上路选手。
这个就是他写的。第1个 PCS 法色怪物 ，Wako 的 AD 真的很风骚。虽然现在版本的 AD 很卑微，但每次在场上操作的时候还是非常有影响力。希望之后能在 PCS 打出一片天，拿到世界赛的门票，打出自己的生涯代表作。
这一定不是你写的，不可能，不可能。
第2个 ，Wako 的单人线竞争力实在没话说，跟他百变的发色一样狂野，每次的访问影片都尬到笑，是个很做自己的人。第3个 ，Wako 你的头发真的太帅了，可能是因为你顶着这个头才这么猛，下次也要跟你染一样的。
都不像你说的。什么东西？
第3个自己选。
我猜第3个，因为其他2个没那么凶的感觉，感觉都是粉丝会讲的。
我跟你一样的道理，你这前2个也肯定是粉丝写的，吹得太那个了。
错了。
真的假的？那你对了。
我对了。
对。最后总可能出马太夸张了。我错了。
猜我是哪个是我写的？
那应该第1个。我觉得你第1个啊，那小敏会写的吧？
我小敏啊，怎么样？
谢谢观众的投稿，我们也会继续加油。新的赛季也请支持塔隆，
还有 HQ， 也请继续关注 PCS 粉丝团哦。
拜拜。
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like our bathroom break for Wako has been sorted out. Back into the action. Game 3, AHQ taking on PSG. Series tied 1-1. We're just at that kind of breaking point to see whether or not AHQ can go ahead and try and snowball this game out of control and prevent PSG from catching up.
Yeah, definitely look at AHQ as having that top side that needs to do well early, and Ziv grew himself a fantastic lead. Unfortunately, AHQ haven't really played around it. It tilted Zergol on our mid-game analyst desk, check-in with him. And now HQ at this point, just waiting for Syndra picks, waiting for Morgana picks, waiting for Ashe picks. And yes, they found one mid, but will they find another around the next couple of crucial objectives as PSG look to build themselves slowly but surely towards a Dragon Soul win condition?
We even saw their Kaiwing, even the fact that it feels like AHQ are kind of firing on the proper amount of cylinders, at least this time on Game 3, is trying to at least get some vision on down. But Kanye looking to find Tank caught out towards side lane here as the Drowsy will land, but that Slow is still able to do a decent amount. Sleep, though, keeps Kanye stuck in his track as he heads back into the jungle.
Yeah, definitely did have blood in his eyes from Kongyue there once you're on top of the Zoe, especially when she has no flash. Very easy to kill her, but also factor in that the Bard team, of course, moves around the map super fast. Cannon Barrage is available, so Tank, despite his positioning question mark, able to escape relatively unscathed.
So a bit of a stall out here, and like you mentioned, we're kind of waiting now on 2.5 minutes. It'll be likely PSG at least trying to set up for another Drake on their side of the map, and if they're able to secure that, then they are looking at Infernal Soul on that next Dragon spawn. So around that 27, 28 minute mark. We'll see whether or not AHQ themselves are going to be able to at least stall that out. As it looks like for now, it's just kind of a waiting game here, trying to scale back and get ready for that next fight.
Both teams scale fairly well. Of course, Kindred, more marks, more fun. While on the other hand, GP can just two-hit people later on. Senna, of course, more souls, more fun. And then Zoe. Cool. Syndra might get into a really strong position, but no position is stronger for Syndra than level 11 and a single item spike, whether that's Ludens or GLP in this case. And for the first time this series, we're seeing a Syndra actually have the luxury of getting her Rabadon second and not having to finish a Void Staff beforehand.
Yeah, it's a rather squishy composition on the other side of the map, especially when you are running a Gangplank in the top lane. So PSG always have to be a little bit concerned about that. with the fact that if Uniboy is able to find himself a good scatter of the week throughout the entirety of the team, he will shred health bars, and then you could have some easy follow-up there for Ziv. And speaking of Ziv, you still have Kaiwing being a rather nuisance in the jungle. Hanabi, though, should be able to pick up his first tower in top side with the help of River and Tank.
Yeah, good trade back from PSG on pressure there. As a trade back, though, they will give up that bot lane tier 1, and that's just gold funneled into the pockets of Kongyue, who, of course, has shown he can carry games if given the opportunity. Ziv now just interrupting with the Blade of the Ruined King. Nice. Unfortunate recall there from Hanabi, and it does mean PSG, even if they do have positioning around this Baron, are in no position to take it.
That's a nice arrow coming out from Wako. It was, I guess, more of a scouting arrow because there wasn't any follow-up nearby. But nonetheless, PSG, it does slow down their rotation as they are looking to try and aim for this next dragon. But mid lane getting shoved in kind of keeps them occupied and allows HQ to lay down their own control wards.
Yeah, HQ now setting up around this. Drake will try and deny PSG pushing them towards Soul Point, but PSG looking for a pick of their own. No arrow up for Wako, remember we just saw it come out.
Still, though, waiting on that cooldown and should be back up in about 35 seconds or so. Tank is going to be able to land the bubble. Black Shield is down, and Hanabi has already teleported into mid lane. Ziv, though, with a very big setup. You saw, though, Uniboy getting taken down to half health. Hanabi looking for a flank of his own, and Tank continues to fish. They realize that there is a control ward behind them, and Kaiwing is actually going to be the one that spots out the Renekton, and Ziv now loses that element of surprise, and that alone, I think, is enough to allow PSG to secure the next dragon.
Yeah, good attempt at a contest from HQ, but unfortunately the Syndra gets half health by a Zoe Q. Ziv may get full health by one, though.
Some okay damage coming out. It looks like they won't be able to finish him off, though Kaiwing, different plans, wanted to pop the Tempered Fate, not actually able to connect on to Ziv. Kongyue, though, was nearby in case they even wanted to try and take that 3v3.
Yeah, Unified currently on a massive spike with the Mermana transforming plus the Fever completed, dealing a lot of damage, about as early in the game Senna will be able to deal lots of damage in, and yeah, fully online now on that champion for the bot laner of PSG. Tank, though, carried that fight with the reliable poke, and now you have to be super scared of this Zoe, who is shaping up to be a little bit of a threat at least, even if her CS leaves a little to be desired.
Do see, though, PSG grouping up here as 4. Make it 5, actually, with Unified nearby. Just want to try and get some pressure at least over toward this Baron side. Ziv is all the way down in bot lane. No teleport, so a little bit of a weird setup on both sides. But it looks like PSG were just kind of, I guess, pretending that they were kind of fed and were trying to almost set up for a Baron. HQ just kind of read and say, okay, cool, we'll clear it out and go back to our lanes and wait this out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I suppose that will be the case here for HQ, honestly. And HQ, they don't have the luxury of playing the scaling game here, because Ziv is already rapidly approaching meat shield territory, even with the Blade optimization. The Blade does suggest to me it's just going to be a Renekton sat in the side lane trying to 1v1 as much as possible, which is fine. But at the end of the day, if you're in a side lane, your team's just going to get 5v5'd on through an advantageous Zoe pick or a Cannon Barrage committed from the guy that is holding you in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and then speaking of that guy too, Hanabi's actually finished off his Ghost Blade. Opted to go for a little bit of lethality into the build rather than what we've seen. Might go for a later Infinity Edge, or maybe that Liandry's, though the Longsword doesn't give me a lot of faith that that's going to be the third item for Hanabi. I know Zergoss will be a little bit disappointed, but not end of the world. Speaking here, though, Unified eats up the arrow. That is going to be the QSS, though, being used. And there's also Crucible for Kaiwing, so not end of the world, but that's maybe one he wanted back.
Yeah, kind of unlucky that that actually connected. River dashing out of it. Not really spelling doom for his AD carry, but still not the position you want to find yourself in. PSG now just rotating up to the top side of the map to secure vision around Baron, secure the red buff so the Kindred gets to deny to Mark. And at this point, they're more than happy just shoving side lanes on the top half of the map because Drake is up for another 2 minutes.
Still a lot of priority coming out from AHQ. They're the ones that say, hey, you know what? We know you're going to be wanting this next dragon. That's a possible win condition for you. If you pick up that Infernal, it helps out with a lot with your damage. And even seeing Ziv there popping his Dominus. Hanabi still holding on to the Cannon Barrage, but does spot out that ward being placed down by AHQ right beside him, as well as seeing the Scatter weak mid. Does know that AHQ have pretty much their entire team on the bot side of the map. Still no action from that top side, actually, as far as either team goes.
Yeah, Sleep now connecting onto Wako, but the Black Shield is paying dividends. The Morgana found that single pick mid to get the Syndra rolling. I say rolling. Syndra's okay, but now paying dividends now that she's able to stagnate the engage.
Tank, though, gets himself to safety. Did have that cleanse being available. That's even a collateral damage being used by River. Doesn't really connect on anything. Cannon's still not used until now from Hanabi, forcing out a flash from Ysera, as well as Wako using his heal. And now 1 minute onto the Drake here. HQ, they don't lose any members, but they have to back off.
Looking at HQ now, they are being chunked out by this Zoe, by this Senna, and that does mean PSG can crack open this mid lane tier 1. Pushing this one out gives them more aggressive pathing towards getting deep vision, and the more deep vision you have, the more vision denial you have around this Dragon Soul point.
And more opportunities for Kaiwing to try and find himself a good Tempered Fate if he gets early warning that HQ is pathing into the jungle. We do see a reset, though, coming out from PSG. They themselves want to try and get as much items as they can. Actually, a teleport coming out here from Hanabi. Just saying, all right, did HQ try and rush this Baron? They kind of realized, no, that's not the case. And HQ actually get inside track toward Drake.
Both top laners itemizing for the 1v1 with the Starax purchase, just don't want to get knocked down immediately. Will help them out a little bit when they do decide to join these skirmishes as well. PSG, though, late on the rotation for this Drake.
Oh,
don't have
Uniboy. Oh, 3-man Tempered Fate. It is going to get Uniboy at least popped into the Black Shield. Doesn't get rooted. Ziv has teleported. Use the Dominus, but unfortunately, he can't find access to the fight, and you feel like AHQ, they know this Drake is pretty doomed unless Kanye could go for a steal, but he doesn't have flash to get out of the pit, and just like that, PSG, they get a free Infernal Soul.
And if PSG win this game, they are 1 game away from taking the series, and that will mean both of our lower seeds will proceed to the upper bracket. It means that the upsets are here in the PCS, and it means that we have no idea what to expect from our playoffs, from our finals-worthy teams.
And with Infernal 2, that could be a rather fast Baron attempt from the side of PSG, as there we go. Kong is going to at least try and steal what he can from the camp, but he's got to make his way up toward the top side of the map. Pings coming out from both sides saying, Baron's already down to 5,000 health. HQ very late to the party. It's up to Uniboy, up to Ysera to try and finish this back. Not going to be the case, though. They're not able to steal it back. Konya on the flank wants to try and make a play, but he finds himself in the middle of 4 members of PSG. And like that, all members able to get themselves to safety, not dropping anything off a very affirmative Baron call.
Quite disappointing to not see any kind of real contest there coming through from HQ, because at this point of the game, Syndra QWE deals more damage than Smite. If you combo that as well with Kongo's Smite, it is a free steal for HQ, and yet they just let PSG have it. Infernal Soul, Baron buff, it's all in pocket. PSG are huge, and PSG are pushing with Hanabi in the mid lane now. Just gonna 5-man run it down.
There you go. You do see some items at least coming through for HQ. We mentioned Rabadon's was second for Uniboy. Interesting enough, you have an Ardent Rush from Ysera, which, are you proactively ever using that Black Shield during a team fight?
Well, maybe you put it on the as the Tempered Fate is coming down, you put it on like Ashe or Kindred. I get the rationale behind it, because you have 2 marksmen in the game that love to auto attack. But at the same time, yeah, kind of rough. And now looking at HQ's chances, itemization-wise, they're okay, they're not great. I hate these players that randomly pick up the Needlessly Large Rod plus the Blasting One combo. Why? What? Why do you do that to yourself?
That's pretty much for both of these mid laners. This Tank able to soak up the damage via the extra shielding coming through. Turret, though, does get taken down. Inhibitor now going to be exposed on the bot side of the map as Hanabi continues now the mid lane pressure for PSG.
yeah, definitely now look towards PSG just to clear out this tier 2 mid, and then just clear out tier 2 top, or make a convincing play for the base. Yeah, that's not going to stop happening, by the way, because Infernal Soul, of course, is permanent, and that does mean Zoe Poke just going to be further augmented throughout every stage of this game.
On top of that, too, that's before the Rabadons is being completed by Tank. Once that's there, you're going to be looking at almost half the health of Civ being evaporated off one Battlestar combo, and you don't want that for your front line, considering the rest of your team is rather squishy, and unless Kongya is able to get some frame-perfect ultimates coming down, which unfortunately, we've not seen too many of the Lamb's Respite really panning out here for Kongya. May not be the fortune that HQ are favoring, and there you go, PSG. We're able to kind of find themselves a slower composition, have scaled up, and it's in their hands here for this game to take it home.
Definitely is their game to lose at this point. Even if we're 3-3 on the scoreboard, there has been a lot of action. Infernal Soul in pocket, couple of towers in pocket, one cannon barrage to rule them all, and Arby could fish for this fight if PSG want to go for it.
You see, though, that pressure just going to continue via mid. Baron now has dissipated for PSG as the timer runs out. 2 minutes on to Elder if they want to try and fight for that. Kongya almost getting snared up, gets the Black Shield. Meanwhile, top lane, though, Hanabi just continuing being Gangplank, doing Gangplank things, as he'll be able to knock down another tower. PSG now opening up about a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, pretty hefty lead now materializing for PSG, but not all that much in the grand scheme of things. Maybe 2K would have been something to blink at 7 minutes into the game, but right now, it looks like an even game state until you realize one composition can just kill the other before the other has a chance to respond. And Infernal Soul, on top of that, really makes this Elder Dragon a little bit scarier and a little bit more desperate of a contest for AHQ.
Now you also note here, Hanabi has 2 levels over Civ and also has his finished Sterax as well. So the Gangplank going to be rather always annoying into a side lane. And also during these team fights can avoid being just blown up by this Syndra with the Sterax safety. And now here we see whether or not AHQ are actually going to be able to contest toward this Elder Drake, which I'm not counting them out just yet. PSG, they do love scrappy games, but they themselves have been caught on the bad end. But if Tank is landing these kind of shots, ignore River missing his, on Kongya, you're not going to have a fun time if you're an AHQ fan.
And we are now precious seconds away from that Elder Dragon. They may be finding engage back onto Unified, but end of the day, AHQ, what real avenues into these do you have? If you commit to an arrow, if you commit to a pick, you're in position just to get mowed down by the rest of PSG.
And now 30 seconds on Elder. Civ is already on the bot side of the map, so you can look for a flank. But again, another bubble connects from Tank. Viscera doesn't use his Black Shield, realizing he probably isn't going to get just hammered home by Tank, but still, that's giving pressure back over to PSG. 9 seconds on Elder. PSG with full control of the bot side of the map. Mid lane pushed in. Uniboy trying to go forward. Kind of realizes he can't as the Cannon Barrage forces out the flash. And that damage from Unified as Sarah gets caught out toward the side. Not going to go down. Uniboy, though, able to get himself back to safety with Kongya. Almost able to finish off the kill. Now turning back onto Hanabi. Tank, though, goes down low. Meanwhile, Unified was able to find the kill on Wako. Kongya steps on forward, has that Black Shield available. Could try and look for the play. It's going to be the first kill going on over. Cutting back away from Hanabi. He can't finish off the kill. Gets the parry, but he's going to get the final tick of damage that he's looking for. Meanwhile, Civ trying to blow down River. Unfortunately, not going to happen as Kaiwing is nearby, preventing him from actually engaging. And even with a squishy Bard in front of him, they still have to worry about the Senna.
And down River is exactly where AHQ's game is floating with this next Infernal Elder Dragon secure for PSG. They get a huge swing of tempo. Kongyue almost makes the hero play, but it's not enough to save PSG. PSG now look to claim the Zelda, look to claim the game, look to claim the next team fight leading up to that one, and then everything should be going their way as we look towards Game 4.
Yeah, unfortunately for AHQ and for Kongya, wasn't able to finish off that kill on Hanabi and decided to take that fight. It was actually a really good engage, once again coming out from Kaiwing, helped setting up the kill on Wako.
Yeah, very conditional engage from the side of HQ as well. Just, again, quick comp, need to finish flank QE, need a good arrow, need a good Q from Morgana, and yet they find not really anything, if we're honest.
And there you are. Elder Drake now in hand. Baron going to be started up once again by PSG, and it feels like for HQ, you got to make something happen here, or else that double super buff for PSG should be enough to finish out this game. Engage comes out from Hanabi, getting a little bit of damage. Now, though, Kaiwing able to land the Tempered Fate onto Kongya. Kongya pops the Lamb's Respite as instantly as he can, but that leaves Zera out to dry, and now they continue, and there's no running away from Unified. Picking up himself another kill on the Senna, and with those 2 picks, PSG might be looking for the base.
And Elder means whatever limited poke this comp has is just remedied completely. Tons of damage!
There you go. Senna ultimate with the execute is enough. So will Wako go down as well as Kaiwing gets the execute for him. And with that, 4 members down for AHQ. No minions in mid lane as Civ is trying to stall it out, but Hanabi spots it out. And PSG should be able to also claim him and turn him into a purse.
Ziv with the near hero play, callback to Marin of 2015 SKT that, you know, Zergoth referenced Ziv playing against back in the day where he tried to stop the minions. Unfortunately, not quite as successful for Ziv this time around. Should be the end of the game here. Should be PSG pushing us to match point.
And with that, PSG take hold of the series as they continue to dominate over HQ in their base. Both Nexus towers down, and now are only 1 game away from the upper bracket final to face off against their longtime opponents of the PCS, you could say, of Machi, only needing 1 more Nexus to claim home the full victory.
Really convincing game there coming out of PSG. They played towards their win conditions fantastically. Yes, the top lane was a bit of a fumble. That feels like hours ago now, by the way. Wow, that was really only 45 minutes ago. That being said, though, yeah, trading back and forth between the 2 of them all game long, and yet it is PSG that win it out in the end.
Yeah, I think PSG played to their composition quite well. Recognized the soul as a win condition for them because they had so much damage to their comp. But I think HQ is also losing to themselves. You're picking their Renekton, you're not pressuring it. You're just doing nothing with these side lanes that have either really strong early game win conditions or rely on the counter pick. I also saw the Morgana do very little this game. The Bard could just do whatever he wanted. He could run around, not do much. And then the Morgana, I think Boris, the shopkeeper, is the name of the shopkeeper this game. He's scammed a lot of people. I think the Ardent Censer doesn't make any sense whatsoever if you're not running Font of Life on the Morgana. I think the Ghostblade on the Gangplank was absolutely unnecessary because the crit build is just flat out better against squishies. So I think Boris is having a field day in these games, and I think ASQ is losing against their own draft a lot of the times.
So this was the game-ending Baron power play. I say game-ending. Game was already over at this point, but this was literally just the formality of killing whatever remaining bastion of hope AHQ had. Yeah, when they can't find picks, they fold. When they're forced to opt into 5v5 team fights around game-ending objectives, as it turns out, they're just already at a disadvantage from the get-go, and things just fall apart dramatically. That was an interesting transition on the graphic.
I don't
like
know
it.
what they did with that, trust me.
Good effects.
I think the gold graph is broke or something along those lines, but there you go. Post-game breakdown. It's going to be PSG with the victory. You saw there's 18,000 damage on the Senna. Overall, team looked pretty comfortable, even if there was a couple of questionable item decisions from both squads. PSG now in control and are at match point heading into Game 4.
What I want to see for PSG, if you look at the damage graphs, the Renekton isn't doing anything, the Morgana isn't doing anything. Please pick utility and safer, more consistent picks on top and bot. I want to see the Gangplank taken away from Hanabi for Sif. I want to see a Tahm Kench, or not so much, but I want to see a Thresh from Ysera, not the Morganas, not the Nautilus. Pick consistent champions that have value outside of hitting skill shots and being ahead early game, and make sure you enable Uniboy and Kongyu, who are just, in these fights, they're smurfing it up.
Yeah, definitely do have to look at that mid jungle of HQ as being super insane. They played on Mad Team, Worlds 2018, did very well together there, and then yeah, really functioning well as a duo. That being said though, PSG of course won this one, so here we go.
And your MVP, it's going to be Unified on the Senout 404, able to take home the victory alongside his teammates. As like we mentioned, yes, now the team sitting at match point heading into Game 4. And from that, we are going to go ahead and run directly into our break. When we come back, though, it is, of course, like I mentioned, Game 4 between PSG and HQ. We'll see whether or not PSG can lock in their ticket into that upper bracket final, or if HQ can push this series to a PSG special of a Game 5. So stick around. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our series between AHQ and PSG. PSG now at match point here, up against AHQ. We'll see whether or not they can close it out, or are we going to just have what we would consider the average PSG series that goes all the way to Game 5? They have been in this position before, and they have failed to close it out, and it wouldn't be playoffs with them playing every possible game they possibly could, right, Abriz?
Yeah, they've played against HQ 10 games in last playoffs, and as well as that, they even played the extra tiebreaker in this summer regular split as well. One of the favorites of this squad. Just, yep, play as much League of Legends with you as possible.
Oh, we'll have
I also
to see.
feel like...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I also feel like PSG is kind of ramping up during the series. Like, they felt the waters, and now they're a bit more confident in what they want to play and how they want to execute it. But for AHQ, they seem to be deeply rooted in their plan and constantly doing the same plan. But I really want them to shake it up, to just commit to the mid jungle rather than picking a team competition.
No more Renekton! No more Renekton!
Yeah. The Renekton is one thing I just want out. I just don't want to see it anymore. It doesn't work. And it's a detriment to the team because they pick team comps on the front line, and Renekton doesn't really offer it as a solo front line.
Well, we'll see here as we get into draft. It's going to be AHQ opting to go back onto blue side once again, as our band's going to be the TF, the Ori, the Nidalee, and
I like
for them, first picking Uniboy Zoe.
Yeah,
I love this so much.
Solo carried game 1. Hopefully going to carry game 4 as well and push us all the way to 5 games as we were foretelling. Ashe seems to be the go-to first rotation here, but yeah, with Caitlyn off the table, definitely going to see Ashe from one of these teams. Just a matter of who chooses to take it for themselves.
Yeah, you may even see actually the side of PSG opting to going into the Senna once again, as they might have priority on other things onto the map, and one of that being that jungle is the Graves going to get locked in for River.
I like the Zoe so much because personally so far in the series, heavy counterpick hasn't been the name of the game, it's been mostly control. And I think just first picking or early picking the champions that you want as a team that you're good on has so much value. And also PSG has shown their jungler already, so you get the counterpick on jungle, and you can pick whatever you want on it. You can pick Comfort, you could try and look for the Kindred again. I think the Bard is also a great takeaway. Kaiwing was really good on it. Maybe Sarah can show us that he's better on it.
Oh.
Oh, and the Ezreal with it. I love this so much because Wako has been having an off series with his positioning, and Ezreal is the type of champion that can shore up those mistakes and also offer more safety for the team to just ignore the Ezreal lane or let it BMP scale up whilst they play around the other side of the map.
They can play through Ziv and then just watch them play through Wako anyway, because this is standard for this series so far. That being said, expecting some support bans to come through from AHQ at this point, but Bard, fairly solid lane phase into most of your conventional Kalista duos actually, due to his range advantage and the fact those big beefy melees that you see paired with the Kalista do struggle into him.
Thresh ban, Thresh ban, Thresh
Thresh ban,
Thresh
ban.
Yeah, it's a must. Oh, the GP ban though.
The GP actually drew a ban, you know, even though that Boris came by and maybe sold some Hanabi some bad items, but nonetheless, HQ's comp already is screaming to me that they're going for a lot of poke here. I see the possibility of the Renekton still for Civ.
Yes, yes, the GP ban actually tells me that it's Renekton.
Getting the guaranteed first blood is not worth giving Hanabi GP, I guess. So, yeah.
Alright,
nice. You're happy with that at least. Could explore Nautilus, could explore TK if you really want to. Not a huge fan of TK Kalista though. Go Naut, go Blitz if you're really feeling spicy for Kaiwing. Get something that can roam and influence mid, and really, you know, just try and shut down Summer Kongyue Uniboy's early priority.
I think we haven't talked about it much, but with PSG's team comp, one champion I would love to see AHQ pick is Camille. Camille has so much value into ranged champions and champions that can't really keep Camille off of them. Well, no, Sif, please don't do it. No.
4 games Renekton, baby, let's go.
No, don't do this. Don't do this.
Oh, there you go. And we also get Kongyu on one of So, like, we love the first half of AHQ's composition. We really love it. It's like, oh, yeah, Zoe for Uniboy looking good. The takeaways with the Bard from Kaiwing. Ezreal for Wako, who's being a little bit weird. And then they go with Trundle, which has been known to be one of Kongyu's least interactive picks. And meanwhile, there for PSG, Konabi going to go with something like a Mordekaiser for that top lane matchup.
Yeah, you now have something that outscales and can actively 1v1 the Renekton past a couple of items. As well as that, you now have a jungler that can't actually influence that top lane matchup all that much. At this point, Trundle's just creating skirmish threat around mid, but Grave Syndra I still favor in that 2v2, short of a really, really cool bubble. And this siege comp from HQ is beautiful, it just relies on them getting ahead with a comp that will clearly struggle to find any sort of footing in the early game.
Yeah, I just also really dislike the Renekton pairing with the Trundle, because Trundle is a champion. Trundle's a champion that wants to cover top and not proactively pair on the early game, but they've shown that they don't want to play proactive around top. Uniboy needs to smurf it up again on Zoe.
Strong side Ezreal.
Yeah.
Strong side Ezreal, let's go.
Oh boy. Well,
I expect PSG to take this game.
We'll have to see there. Yeah, there is a possibility. PSG, with a victory here, are able to lock home the series to a 3-1 victory over AHQ. AHQ, if they're able to win this game, we get forced to a Game 5, which PSG themselves even mentioned, you know, during some of our documentaries we did with the team. You may have saw it at the beginning of our show. They're not unused to a best-of-5 scenario, but they themselves, they said if they wanted to improve upon last split, they wanted to be able to close out some of these best of series before that Game 5, not having to get dragged out consistently time and time again, and show that when they are given the opportunity to close the deal, they can do just that. We're going to go ahead and get ourselves locked and loaded. 1-2 currently our series score. If you win this here for PSG, you go up against Machi for that seed to Worlds. AHQ would drop down into the lower bracket and have to fight their way back up. They're looking to avoid just that as we go ahead and load on to the Rift for our 4th game of the day.
Welcome to Summer's Rift.
And back we are.
30 seconds until
We got ourselves a little of that anger out during Champ Select. You know, it looked promising for AHQ first half of the draft, and then, you know, Trundle Renekton. We'll see, maybe is this finally the game we get to see the team play a little bit through Ziv, or is it going to be a 1v9 Uniboy show once again like Game 1?
Yeah, definitely need to see Uniboy step up, and also Wako just, clean up, as it were, because his play so far this series has not been spectacular, but as we mentioned and as we saw from that pause midway through the last game, not necessarily his fault, external circumstances with the illness actually plaguing him, so you can sympathize with it, but at the same time, credit to PSG for identifying that bot lane is a point of weakness that they can absolutely play through this game.
I saw there, maybe just trying to get themselves set up for a possible play. Ward, though, is spotted out by AHQ, so they understand, hey, Unified and Kaiwing might be playing a little bit aggressive here, and they even showed themselves in lane, so HQ will be able to keep themselves just safe. There's no wacky invades to start off our Game 4.
Yeah, two big implications from this series if PSG do close on this game. One is that PSG will likely head to Worlds as one of the PCS representatives, should they make it through the next best of 5 as well. And two, first PCS best of 5 PSG will have played that they didn't take all the way to 5 games.
And that's, like I mentioned, to them an improvement compared to what we saw back in spring, because like I mentioned, nearly every series, every series actually PSG played that was a best of 5, they went to a Game 5. And that included series where they were in this position, where they were 2-1 over their opponents and were in match point position and they still weren't able to close it. And that was up against Machi. I believe it was also once up against AHQ as well. So they're not unfamiliar with this situation, but I think for them, it's a confidence booster, especially heading into that next match where you can lock in your ticket to China if you can close out this series in a 3-1.
Yeah, definitely looking at PSG to easily win this one out, given the fact their comp is so much better than the mismatch kind of insane siege potential of the bot side, and then the awkward kind of fumbling of the top side from AHQ currently in this game. PSG now, with their aggression, trying to show you why they have taken it to match points so convincingly, as AHQ, again, just having Kongyue shadow his solo lanes to get them out of this early game.
Well, that's pretty much all he can really do, I would say, during this early game, because unfortunately, like you mentioned, it feels like there's been a bit of a mixed match when it came to this draft, and kind of one half of the map wants to do one thing for the early part of the game, the other half of the map doesn't want to do that.
I think Volibear over Trundle would have made this draft absolutely fine. That being said, though, Trundle's still looking for a gank regardless.
Tank will get bubbled, as well as the exhaust coming up, as it was picked up by Uniboy off a minion, but Tank doesn't even have to use any of his summoners to keep himself safe.
Yeah, Trundle, ladies and gentlemen.
Walks up into your lane, puts down a pillar, and then has to walk away slowly, because that's pretty much his entire gank in a nutshell.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate coming through from the jungler of HQ, but Trundle does set up pretty well for top lane dives, and Mordekaiser pre-6 may as well be a cannon minion. Can Ziv shove this in with a coordinated dive?
See here though, Hanabi able to at least try and clear out what he can, but does realize, okay, something's gone awry. And Hanabi First Blood, is there ever anything different? You have to ask yourself, as he's going to get stunned up, able to keep himself alive. Kongyue almost dies, and that's a complete failure of execution coming out from AHQ.
Yeah, actually a hold on the flash from Hanabi as well. Very, very good read by him to stay so controlled there. And Riven now not really on full damage control so much as just shadowing in case Ziv overcommits like this.
There you go. Smokescreen's going to go on down, but Hanabi's like, I'm at 200 health. You could try and finish him off. Will be able to actually catch back up, but decides not to. Even with the phase rush, lets Ziv back off, as Kongyue actually already back to base.
Yeah, phase rush made it seem like perhaps we could convert on a dive here, but I'm not entirely sold on it. Also, if you're going to play through Renekton, I think press the attack is the way to go, just to further augment some of that early damage. That being said, Conqueror pretty necessary if he wants to 1v1 the Mordekaiser later, so I understand why AHQ have built these champions, even if I don't understand why they picked them.
You know, just understand. It comes back to, you know, Green Tea and Co. That coaching staff for HQ. They might have the big Giga Brain coming out. Meanwhile, though, Wako already back to base, does have that teleport, and has just gone ahead and picked up the Sheen actually instead of the Tier. So just wants to have a little bit more damage in lane, but not going to be stacking that up immediately as PSG with that push. Also with the river nearby, they can try and get a little bit of dragon control, but Kongyue is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, looking at the way this is scaling up, actually, though, around this 6-minute Drake fight, you have Sheen for the Ez, Tier 2 boots for the Zoe, not a huge spike, but one that Uniboy is happy to actually utilize to its fullest potential, I have no doubt, after that game 1. Otherwise, pretty quiet across the board in terms of components picked up. Sheen, though, as we mentioned, beautiful point to fight in if HQ want to go for a fight.
Do note, though, as we take a look back toward that top side of the map, do note that Civ is starting to get himself a pretty nasty CS lead up in that top lane matchup. Almost 20 CS up above Hanabi, which, considering Hanabi didn't actually die, was actually able to survive that dive. Good sign for Ziv, but we've mentioned it literally 3 times in this series already. Every game so far, even when Civ is able to get an advantage, we just don't see HQ play through it.
Yeah, definitely wanted to see Ziv be the point of focus in this game because Bard, Ezreal, such a phenomenal weak side lane, can just hold their own against Kalista Nautilus fairly reliably, could coordinate 3-man dives with unlocking Uniboy for the big roams on the Zoe, and then they round out the draft with a Trundle. That just means that we're now on the full utility kind of defensive play, unless AHQ set up for a really good 3-man dive. But Mordekaiser, we're past level 6. He turns a 3v1 into a 1v1, and it all becomes doom and gloom in the Death Realm. And we now see AHQ playing around bot side again for whatever reason.
Well, maybe hoping that Ysera is going to be able to get his ultimate, but you do see that Kong has decided, all right, I'm going back to base, so comes down, puts down a pillar, and just says, okay, later. Meanwhile, River's just continuing in his jungle, just farming away.
Yeah, River more than happy with how this is currently going. Of course, actually credit to the Trundle for matching farm on the Graves this early. Usually you see a huge gap kind of build between them. I believe it's every 3 camps the Trundle clears. Graves should clear about 4.5 or even 5. So yeah, full credit where credit is due to Kongyue as River. I think he spent a little bit too much time trying to pressure Ziv or shadow his solo laners to try and answer whatever kind of play HQ were making in their limited aggression so far.
Oh, it's fair to at least assume that Kongyu was going to try and make a play somewhere on the map. Again, AHQ, he's usually the catalyst alongside Uniboy. And with that, they are actually going to transition this into an early Rift Herald with Wako and Ysera backing already. You see Unified and Kaiwing are on the other side of the map, so not going to be the case. And maybe going to try and use this Rift Herald top lane and then really force Hanabi to make some tough decisions.
Yeah, you trade Infernal Drake for it, but that's absolutely fine because you're rotating your strongest pieces around the map. Hanabi pretty safe from a dive. He can ult Ysera if he needs to. What I do want to touch on, though, is that while you play this macro-centric gameplay, it takes Kalista out of the lane phase because she's not able to find the 2v2, not able to find the 1v1, and you're suddenly bleeding out this champion that does spike in the early game. Basically, bot lane Renekton on the side of PSG, currently unable to use her strength.
Oh, he got stunned up into the True Shot Barrage, able to get himself back to safety. You do see, though, Kong is able to soak up some of that damage, and there you go. First blood goes to Ysera. You maybe wanted to put that to Wako, but nonetheless, it's still the kill. Finally, the dive paying off, as well as Rift Herald going to funnel some extra gold into this Ezreal.
Yeah, the objective 1-for-1 trade was absolutely fine, but the further commitment, the tower trade attempt from PSG was just clumsy because, of course, if the tower trades do come through, the team that has the Herald are going to outpush you. Hanabi stays a little bit too long, but you can't really blame him. I think he should have just booked it out of top lane the moment he knew his team were committing for Infernal Drake, and he saw that, you know, there was a lingering inclination that AHQ were actively taking down the Rift Herald.
And the reoccurring trend, as you may have noticed if you've been watching a couple of the games so far in the series, is Hanabi, First Blood, comes together. He does get the good old
recurring trend of the PCS as a whole. Let's be real here.
He gets
PSG's
he gets kind of the direst
mascot
treatment for the first first 6 levels of the game. You know, he just wants to play some League of Legends, but instead, a lot of resources. But he's able to recover. That's the one thing about Hanabi is he is on a Mordekaiser. He will scale back up when he gets a couple items, and he will still become a threat and also a nuisance during those team fights when he does lock down crucial targets on the side of AHQ.
Yeah, my only concern here is Mordekaiser relatively immobile, so Zoe and Ezreal able to DPS him down from like 2 screens away. Very, very difficult for him to close that gap unless he gets like a magical flank. And again, the range disparity between the 2 carries on AHQ relative to the carries on PSG means that if AHQ don't get hard engaged on by the Nautilus, don't get, you know, as we mentioned, sick flank from certain members, they can just play from a couple of screens away, have a field day poking out PSG, and just really utilizing their superior siege potential to push this to a game 5.
Oh, Tank gets caught out into a bubble from Uniboy. Still has cleanse, though. With that, it looks like it's just going to be a quick trade of control wards in their own jungle. But would you say right now AHQ are feeling like they're actually set up pretty decently? The fact that they haven't really dropped anything on far as the map goes. I might have just cast a cursed Wako at this point. Diff charge into the Dredge line as the Ignite comes through. Even with the Bard ultimate, it's too late, and Unified finds his first kill of the game.
Yeah, Wako a little bit isolated, trying to claim as much farm as he possibly can. Of course, had that tower first blood plating all funneled into him, so the Ezreal, fairly hefty target to take down. PSG get that though, and with that pressure, should be able to get at least a couple more plates into Kalista as the skirmish continues.
Skirmish continuing. River taking a couple auto attacks. That teleports from the top lane. Going to join us in on the party as Hanabi and
Walker's
Civ.
back.
Civ with a better flank, but immediately just gets blown up, and Hanabi finds himself a kill, and he also picked up the stats away by the ult, and in comes Tank with the ultimate onto Uniboy. Unified, though, stepping forward, gets the Ren to get the slow, and picks up the kill, and PSG are able to find 3 kills as AHQ walk away with nothing.
Wako dies, Wako TP's back in, and Wako dies again. The AD carry of AHQ just gets taken out twice in a row. The hard commit from HQ. They tried their best, and yet you're taking skirmishes in the early game against Kalista. Level 9 for the Syndra as well means she's dealing a ton of damage with those isolated Qs. Really, really rough, because Trundle's not even mildly inconveniencing the Kalista. At this point, you need the pillar, then you can really fight the Kalista, because she can't move, she can't auto. It's all really, really beautiful. But because AHQ stagger that team fight, play it out the way they did, everything just comes up in favor of PSG.
And unfortunately, for AHQ, I was going to say, oh yeah, it's going okay. You're getting some scaling, and now PSG, they just kind of come back online, and we just kind of see the issue with Civ. You know, he's able to get a cool teleport. He's right behind the carries, but just stack CC makes his Renekton rather useless, and we're starting to see, again, the trend that we saw for the last 2 games. PSG have been able to take home the victory.
Yeah, desperately hoping Uniboy can just hard carry this one out. Honestly, looking at state of the game right now, though, very, very difficult for the Zoe to play. However, don't discount the range disparity that we continue to mention, of course. If AHQ can siege from a screen away, can get their front line to mildly inconvenience PSG's attempted engages, then HQ can win through poke and poke alone.
Oh, Ysera with a great read, gets a 3-man Tempered Fate, but they can't finish off any of the kills, and now a re-engage comes back. Civ onto the backline, Kaiwing goes into stasis, collateral damage, not able to find the kill. A nice Paddle Star gets interrupted, though, by the Scatter of the Week. PSG are able to prevent any of their members from going down. Civ, though, still with Dominus, looking for a flank, now dissipates. Another Sky of the Week is able to land on Kanye. Tank a little bit too far forward. Pillar was already down from the Trundle, and now Engage comes out from Hanabi, brings down the Mace, pops the ultimate, takes Kanye to the Death Realm, and that will secure Drake for the side of PSG. Hanabi still on the hunt, you would seem, though, as it's going to be a Cloud Soul for the rest of our game. Re-engage from Unified, finds one, found the knock-up onto Wako. It's a double kill for the Kalista, and now PSG again find multiple members, only losing River.
Ysera almost carries that. 3-man Tempered Fate, multiple 2-man stuns, and yet they can't pick up the pieces. The Trundle doing not a whole lot of anything. The Renekton desperately trying to find backline access. And the Zoe and Ezreal, when it comes to all-in, all-out fights, lose out against Syndra Kalista. They need to poke, they need to play from far away, and they can't with the entire PSG lineup in their face.
And it starts off back here again, a nice ward in that Pixel Brush. Lines up Ysera very nicely, and this is like a golden opportunity, but it just feels like that once you kind of used everything, if you're not able to find the kill, like you mentioned, it feels rather difficult without having some pokes set up beforehand.
The Bard stuns were clean. The Bard stuns was really so clean there. Like, he timed it right off of the Tempered Fate expiring, something that Kaiwing struggled with in that MVP-worthy Bard performance. He got another one onto both solo laners. It was just really, really stellar play. And yeah, Hanabi, psychopath that he is on this champion, doesn't matter if he's half health, doesn't matter if he's on quarter health, flashes in, goes crazy, gets in the enemy face, and secures his team another step towards that mid-game win condition of that Dragon Soul.
He's not afraid to Q flash India when he doesn't even have, like, you know, the grass back to try and follow up onto that fight, but instead just says, hey, I got rid of the Trundle, we get ourselves our second dragon. And on top of that, PSG are also able to rotate that up toward the top side of the map and pick up a second Rift Herald and use it toward the top lane.
Tremendous swing in pressure continuing in favor of PSG. Crack open this tier 1 top. continue to shove with it if you so wish, and continue to take skirmishes. Syndra, level 11, Luden, Sorks, all beautiful stuff. Blade, completed for Kalista, soon to be the Runans. Now she's got the Tower Gold as well. Once Leandris comes through from Hanabi, everybody on PSG is going to be at their 2-item spike before AHQ even can think about a mid-game.
You also saw there, Shelly got herself an additional charge, and if you could just take a look, like PSG, like you mentioned, prime position, but also on top of that, like Unified, his series so far, when he's able to get 1 or 2 kills in the early game, he has been able to absolutely snowball out of control, and up against Waka, which I think this is the biggest disparity we have ever seen in Wako's lane phase coming out of the first 15 minutes. The fact he's down almost 40, 50 CS up against Unified is that's unheard of compared to the consistency that we saw from Wako the entire summer split.
Definitely, and looking past summer split, after this game, we'll see one of these representatives, likely PSG, make their way towards the upper bracket, which will, of course, result in them, well, the winner of PSG
Machi,
and you have,
PSG.
well, yeah, PSG and Machi will, yeah, go to Worlds. Cool. Will we see HQ make their way there? Perhaps, but unlikely given this form so far.
Oh, and I guess that kind of brings back to kind of the ugly talk that we have to start having about, you know, our teams that are looking to represent the region. Where did that bubble
What was that?
go?
Oh, Bod. It was
Oh.
Bod recall, I think. Or was that bubble? I don't know what that was.
That's kind of now kind of our ugly question, you know, is with PSG, sure, they're able to show adaptation during these playoffs and they're able to be really good during best of series, but you still got to consider this team, how they do in those best of 1 situations. When they are playing in a group stage at Worlds, will teams from other regions at their top level let PSG play this kind of style, or are they going to get exposed and they'll never get the opportunity to adapt because they'll get knocked out?
Yeah, they even needed to wait, just chill, give away game 1, and then ramp up.
Exactly.
That being said, yeah, honestly, it's very, very hard to gauge until we see them make splash internationally, but you have storied names on each side. You have a ton of international experience. We even saw
Oh, Kaiwing able to get the engage, and Tank now on a killing spree. As, like you mentioned, some of that international experience, not afraid to pull the trigger over the wall there onto Ysera.
Yeah, for those of you that are just tuning in and are wondering who these two teams are on your screen when it comes to actual international experience, Ziv, King of AHQ, been at Worlds since like Season 4, Season 5. Kongyue, Uniboy, Mad Team 2018 Worlds. You look at Hanabi, Flash Wolves, yeah, also Wako Ysera, HQ again. Unified Kaiwing, the HK bot lane of last year. Tank on Snake in the LPL. It's all good stuff. These are experienced players. These are players that can make a splash if you give them room to breathe.
We'll take a look back here. It's just good vision control coming out from PSG, and a gutsy call there from Kaiwing saying let's just go in. And meanwhile, though, fight continues to break out. Kanye gets that smite on down onto River, just trying to get the slow. In comes the Bard ultimate. Not going to connect onto Tank as he is forced to flash away. Looks like AHQ were looking to force a fight as PSG, during that replay, were able to secure their 3rd Dragon of the game. Are now set up for Cloud Soul on the next respawn. We saw there, though, Unified, Fate's Call. Gonna bring back Unified. Unified gets thrown on in. Hanabi, though, onto the back line. Able to take out Uniboy with the Death Realm. And there you go, without the Zoe. One of your key carries, the man who's been consistent for AHQ this summer and spring split is taken off the table. A nice scour of the week onto Wako. He gets caught out. The unleashed power from Tank is enough damage to take him down. And now Civ, caught on the wrong side of the map, looking to delay his death, but unbeknownst to him, he will have no say as Tank survives, and Hanabi finds the kill. And Unified diving underneath the tower. PSG able to find the ace.
Looks like we're on track to another 3 to 19 kills at the 22 minute mark. Like game 2, just complete dominance coming through from PSG here. They get on the board with their win conditions, they snowball through said win conditions. Syndra went ahead, will just stat check you with a quick art to the face. Kalista will go crazy in your backline, and, well, you said what was it you said? Like ambitious pull from Hanabi there, or like bold movement or something? That is name of the game so far, honestly. He goes in, he gets kills, he does not care if you threaten him, he will just threaten you right back. Big man with the mace.
Unfortunately there, Wako has that arcane shift, but he just can't get out of the cast range in time from Tank. You saw Kongya there. He just gets soloed out there by River at the very end. Unified's also on par. Unified's actually the one that picks up the kill and able to dodge away a very nice Q that was being laid down by Ysera. And at this point, game is looking very dire for AHQ. Your PSG right now, you are singing happy. It's almost a 7,000 gold lead at 22 minutes. We'll see whether or not Uniboy can find that 1v9 performance once again, but it's going to be very difficult.
That being said, though, we thought about PSG moving on through the upper bracket, moving on to Worlds and whatnot, but I also do want to think about HQ's future, because of course, if they lose here, they do have a couple of days of recovery, of rest, and that will give Ziv time to rest his hand, that'll give Wako time to get well, and hopefully that means we see an AHQ that we saw in the tiebreaker, that we were expecting to see coming into today, and that we even saw a flash of in Game 1.
Yeah, that's kind of been the biggest takeaway here is AHQ. I initially, and a majority of us here at the Talon crew, felt like this was AHQ's series to win. We felt like this was going to be roughly a 3-1, but it might actually just be a 3-1 in favor of PSG, and I find it very weird that we're seeing such a variance in performance, especially now consistently in the past 2 games here from AHQ.
Definitely needs to think about how AHQ can claw their way back into this one. Again, Siege, Poke, for these champions that are so oppressive when ahead, are underwhelming when behind. Same for Renekton, by the way.
Oh boy. There you go. River finds the kill. Hanabi's able to get out range of tower. True Shot Barrage comes through, and he's got a stopwatch to keep himself alive. And Kanye can't make his way past River and Unified. Meanwhile, though, PSG were looking for a flank alongside Tank and Kaiwing. It's just another member taken off the board, another death, another purse of a Renekton.
Yep, positive. When Zoe is farming top, that is your... Wait, they didn't have vision of Zoe being top because the wave was up there. Just very good spider senses from the side of PSG. Said, look, we can probably commit for this, and commit for this they did. AHQ now completely routed. One more pick and we should see a Baron come through for PSG. Kalista takes it fantastically quickly, same for Graves. And then that should be the nail in the coffin for this game. But it looks like PSG are looking to just play it safe, wait it out, wait for the Dragon Soul, and then they'll think about making a big commitment for another neutral objective.
Yeah, with that gives them the extra move speed, as well as that would be 20% cooldown reduction onto their ultimates. All good and dandy. And for AHQ, you need a misstep. You need a misplay from PSG, or you need a hero play to come out from somebody on your team. But at this point, hero plays may just get outweighed by the sheer stat difference of items that PSG have in their back pocket, in their inventories, already ready to go. And you see that, Baron secured, Soul contained for PSG, Elder on the next spawn, engaged through mid, Kanye's gonna get knocked up, gets snared down, Kaiwing gets a little bit too far forward, Unified gets caught out, there you go, that might be the play, Civ though gets interrupted, not able to, as a 3-man Scour of the Week connects from Tank, able to prevent HQ from going for a play.
Yeah, HQ now trying to continue to push their pressure there, but unfortunately all they can get is the Nautilus. However, at this point, getting a single pick is essentially what your comp is made to do, and it's at least something when you are this far behind. Can they crack open this mid lane tier 1 and create more room to find picks with?
Tank.
Unlikely if this continues.
Here comes Hanabi, though, able to get the grass onto Wako, brings in Uniboy into the death realm. Sleepy Time Trouble Bubble is going to land, Paddle Star's there, but the mace is brought down once again, and this Zoe's going to get eliminated as River finds the kill. Unified steps forward, able to get chunks off Civ, but you see a push via the mid lane, trying to cut off HQ's escape.
Yeah, no minion wave quite yet, so still waiting. We'll just try and reset, ruin the resets rather of this HQ team. PSG didn't get mid lane tier 1, then look towards the Baron pit, and then really seal the deal on this series.
And it goes back here, what looks like an okay play actually from AHQ, forcing Tank to have to burn his cleanse. Unfortunately, it gets ruined there as Hanabi, luckily, even only gets one person there on that grasp.
Yeah, what a fantastic TP into the backline. And then, yeah, Uniboy can't play the game, can't poke, can't do much of anything with the Nautilus. Sorry, Mordekaiser in her face. Probably same for when the Nautilus gets in the Zoe's face as well, let's be real. And PSG now just looking to tidy up their play a little bit. Find a good pick again, find a good team fight, and then just end the game off the Baron play.
Seems to be the plan here, as now you got Death's Dance, as well as the Bork and Runans completed for Unified. You got pretty much second, third items online for PSG. Second items only now just getting completed for AHQ. Miramana has been fully stacked for Wako, but that's still a pretty defensive Ezreal, as he's looking to go into a Death's Dance, so not going to be doing a whole lot of damage even with that Miramana fully stacked, as PSG are the ones to start up the Baron.
Yeah, now looking at AHQ and what they can do in response to this, try and poke, try and find some chip damage down, but can they get it? Ooh, the bottle to delay.
Able to delay. Does that give an opportunity for AHQ? Some decent damage. Hanabi goes down low. True Shot Barrage through the pit. They're not able to steal back the Baron as PSG are able to claim it. Hanabi onto that back line. Able to catch out Kanye. Tank takes down Wako. And two members of AHQ fall. And that might be the nail in the coffin. With Baron buff in hand, PSG can look for the base as they take down every single member of HQ. It's Ysera remaining. He's trying to delay the inevitable, but at this point, Tank is hunting him down. Meanwhile, the team in top lane pushing for the base.
Ooh, the Baron minions were going to get him, but then the heal from the Bard came through to save him. We're looking at the bot lane chase, but unfortunately for AHQ, this series is ended, even if Ysera's life is not.
That's going to be a teleport, actually a back here from PSG, as they feel like it's maybe a little bit too early to end this off. But like you mentioned, ace comes through for PSG, 3-20, that kill total. And PSG dominating once again over AHQ, as they just need one last team fight to close things out and advance into the winner's final.
Yeah, the bot ult to delay here about as much as you can hope for. Not quite long enough to actually drop all the Calista Spears, unfortunately, though, so smiting this away would have been a tall order either way. Actually goes down to River, so credit him for getting that one. Hanabi just in the backline again. Really, really, really clean Mordekaiser play. Super ambitious, super brave, and then Tank just having a field day chasing down his prey.
There you go. Kanye gets taken out. They're just feeding bodies to them now. It's a 13,000 gold lead. It's done. It's dusted. Throw in the towel if you're an AHQ fan, because PSG are looking to bring it home.
Yeah, AHQ, they draft a kind of awkward composition to execute upon, and unsurprisingly, it is difficult to execute upon. Mini throw after mini throw is just capitalized upon by PSG here. They take their lead, and they run with it.
And there you go. Inhibitor tower and bot lane is going to be taken. Super minions pushing in through the top here shortly. A nice combo coming out from Uniboy, but unfortunately he's still going to get taken down. He gets bursted trying to burst down River. First Nexus tower going to be taken down slowly but surely. Tempered Fate is there as once again they try and do what they can to defend the base, but Unified's too big. Tank is too big. They're all too big on the side of PSG as they're looking to lock in their ticket into the winner's final to go up against regional rivals Machi once more. And winner from there locks in their ticket to China. AHQ, they have to make the climb through the lower bracket if they want to have a shot at representing the region on the international stage, as PSG Talon able to take home the series 3-1.
And PSG not to be outdone by their regional rivals. They say, look, Machi, fourth beats first. Well, third beats second too today, as we do upset our way towards that winner's bracket with you.
And considering from what we saw of that tiebreaker, it wasn't the expected result. And I think maybe that's the thing for AHQ, is they didn't expect for PSG to be able to rebound as aggressively as we did, swap out the style and have them play as aggressive as we saw in our second, third, and fourth games. And it was just kind of written home there. It felt like AHQ just didn't really show up today after the first game.
I think where PSG was ramping up during the series, they were constantly playing better, they were adapting to their opponent, dropping the Gnar in favor of the GP and the Mordekaiser, for example, against the Renekton. AHQ kinda stuck to their guns, but I don't think it's only the fault of the Renekton pick that lost this series. I think Wako looked really off, but I don't think you can give him as much flack as just playing bad, because he looked off in ways that are unnatural to players, because you said that he was ill, and he looked like he was having trouble focusing, because he was dying to ganks that, for example, the dragon sound was heard, that the enemy killed the dragon, and then dies to a gank right after. Those kind of things just seemed like he was really unfocused, and I don't think AHQ was at full power here today.
This was just Hanabi going crazy as well. So yeah, definitely need to look at AHQ just refocusing, recovering, rehabilitation of Ziv's wrist as well. That kind of hidden but omnipresent affliction that we had kind of spoken about at the start of the split as well. And yeah, AHQ definitely not the kind of result they were expecting, not the result they were hoping for, but definitely not a season ender quite yet. So still have a chance to claw it back and get into that World Championship seeding.
But I'll be frank though, if you're Machi right now, you saw what the previous 3 games here of PSG looked like. I'd hope they have something ready and available. We mentioned that with Machi, they were able to plan for their matchup against J-Team, and they still will be able to do so. There is a week in between now and that winner's final, so hopefully they're able to shore things up, and hopefully PSG are able to replicate this success, and this isn't just a one-time thing in this series.
Definitely will be looking to show that they are able to actually reclaim their throne as the top team of the region, of course, PSG. Yeah, there's a reason why they came into this as third, as the underdogs. There's, well, yeah, I guess someone we were all expecting to get 3-1. But hey, showed up today, really, really nice. All 3 carry threats across all 3 lanes really coming into their own.
I agree with the sentiment, but I do want to be cautiously positive about PSG, because I also think they have shown specific flaws that you've already pointed out, but we showed up today as well. Like I want the Hanabi to stop dying early. I think it's inexcusable, especially going up against J-Team later on, possibly, where or at Worlds where teams will play Camille, will play these heavy top lane styles, and if you give a Camille, for example, an early kill, it will just be really bad for the game state.
And MVP for our 4th and final match here for PSG. It's going to be Unified. He didn't get it when he was like 12-0-1 or 12-0-4 or something on the Jhin. Kaiwing got it. This time around, though, the Kalista came online. Very nice from him. I'd say, actually, Unified and Kaiwing had themselves a really good series.
Yeah, insane from the bot lane of PSG. But again, you did factor in they were the lane against the struggling lane of AHQ. True. But at the same time, their map point rotations, their ability to be where they needed to be whenever they could, was fairly fantastic. And of course, these have always been players that can 2v8 team fights pretty reliably.
Yeah.
I mean, I would give the MVP. I would share the MVP, because I think both Unified and Kaiwing played really well, but you can't give a shared MVP at all, so in that case, probably good to give it to Unified.
Well, we're going to go ahead to a quick interview with Hanabi alongside our translator, Patty.
So I'm a little bit sick, that's why I'm wearing a mask.
OK， 没关系。那我们这里的话有4个问题要来问一下Hanabi。第一题，这几场的阵容对于例行赛以及第一轮来说灵活了非常多，就多了蛮多支我们没看过的角色。这几天有针对 BP 下了很大的功夫吗？
So this series seems like your team's a lot more flexible in team composition in comparison to the first round of playoffs and in the regular season. So do you guys make a lot of changes to your BP?
因为我们就角色池比较广嘛，然后大家就有自信去选，所以就模拟了对面会选什么，然后上路应该一定会选鳄鱼，所以就都已经练习好了。
So because our champion pool is a lot bigger, and we kind of knew that what our opponent's going to choose, so we made strategies to play against our opponent, and we all know that they're going to choose Renekton on the top lane.
好，那我们这第二题想要问的话是，2、3、4场其实你们节奏从头到尾都是被你们掌控，就领先很多，没有给对手太多机会。在第一场落败之后，你们队伍是有做出什么样的一个调整？整支队伍看起来跟第一场好像是差非常多。
So in the second, third, and fourth sets, your team's been controlling the game's tempo for the entire games. After losing the first set, what kind of changes do you guys make after going back?
我觉得最大的差别就是把凯特琳 ban 了吧， 因为这角色对线太强，我们是需要一直就打起团的队伍，但是那英雄的对线使我们打不起团。
So I think the biggest changes that we make is to ban off Caitlyn in the following games because this champion is too strong at the moment and we can't go for our team fights. So that's why we ban off Caitlyn.
那当然也恭喜你们进入这个胜部的冠军赛。那胜部的冠军赛又是春季赛季后赛的老对手马吉，有没有什么话想要对马吉说的？
So congratulations on getting into the upper bracket. You're going to be facing off your old opponent from spring, which is Maji Esports, your rivals. So do you have anything you want to say to them?
就希望 PK 不要再 call Gemini 上来了吧，我们真的能1-1吧。
So I wish PK won't call Gemini or their jungler to come and help him on the lane. Let's face one-on-one on the top lane.
那再赢一个系列赛就笃定可以前往世界赛嘛？那自己的心态已经调整好，要面对将来可能其他4大赛区的强队了吗？
So the winner of the next series is going to get qualified for Worlds. Are you ready mentally to face off against strong teams from the 4 other major regions?
我觉得现在还没有进入世界赛，所以都不能掉以轻心，所以我并没有去研究其他赛区的队伍。
So because we're not qualified yet, I haven't been looking at other regions. We're just going to have to work hard to win our next game.
OK， 那我们非常感谢韩拉比接受我们采访，也恭喜 PSG 在刚刚的比赛获得胜利，希望你们在今后的接赛。
Well, you heard there, they're still not actually got Worlds in their sights just yet. They're more focused on the matches ahead of them. At least that's what Hanabi had to say for himself. But overall, it feels like the team has an understanding of what they want to try and execute. And like we've mentioned, if they're able to take home that one more best-of-5 victory over Machi, the team will qualify for Worlds. As we take a quick look back at all our happenings today. Of course, we only had the one series. PSG able to 3-1 over HQ.
It's not a great upset, but it is still one kind of mild, honestly. Yeah, it's not something that any of the analysts were expecting from our end, I believe, unless Riku betrayed us and voted for PSG.
She did go PSG, but 3-2, all right? She said Game 5 PSG was going to happen.
Yeah, well, I believe it was 8-6 on the predictions overall for AHQ versus AHQ versus PSG, so yeah, an upset of the smallest degree.
Well, we're going to mention here, next week, Friday, it's going to be our winners final for... Oh, wait, actually, Machi and PSG get a 2-week break. They actually have 2 weeks to actually kind of recuperate. We're actually going to be starting things off with L3 and L4 Friday, Saturday, J-Team versus Nova, and then AHQ versus Berjaya. And then we're going to have that lower bracket semifinal, which we are, I think, tentatively agreeing that we are expecting J-Team versus AHQ. And I think that's going to be an interesting matchup because you mentioned there is a little bit more diversity from the top side of J-Team, Zogath.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, from what I know from J-Team, I think they have a more diverse playstyle and a wider champion pool to actually play carries in top lane, which is something I feel like most of the teams in this region lack at the moment. They default to Renekton, but they don't really play as much Camille as they should, in my opinion.
That being said, though, J-Team is the team that yesterday we finally got to see the exposure of their mid lane champion pool, where Nessie just got 3 banned on his global utilities and then just got stunted on by Mission. So we'll see whether or not Uniboy, who he himself, we saw some of his carry performances today up against PSG, if he'll be able to replicate that. Of course, though, those teams, they have to go through Nova, and you also got to go through Berjaya.
Yes, and that is why I wanted to chime in immediately, because I'm riding the Berjaya hype train, especially if AHQ can't get back in form by the end of this week, because Berjaya, their strongest, most surprising performance was through the bot lane. K2 is a beast relative to, you know, the fact he's on an 8th place team in a 10-person league, but yeah, he's actually very solid, and I think that if the bot lane plays like they did versus Alpha, we definitely could see Berjaya make a splash in their series versus HQ.
I know, Zogath, you're a little bit more familiar with the Briz. Does he come up with these wacky theories all the damn time when you talk to him? Like, I've tried to temper him down. He doesn't relent.
Well, from the times that I have talked with Ibris, it's not been this wacky.
Okay.
It's spicier than usual, let's put it that way.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not Berjaya can make that climb. But, of course, that is going to be the end of our playoff Super Week. 4 days of playoff action. And like we mentioned, we still got 2 more weeks to go, as next week we will be having our lower bracket get played out, and then after that we get to decide which teams are going to be advancing to Worlds. Again, Machi versus PSG. Winner of that best of 5 will be seeded into our grand final. They are locked in no matter what, and then it'll be the loser there taking on who's able to represent from the lower bracket. Guesstimations are currently it's going to be either J Team or AHQ, but we'll have to see what that is going to actually be panning out. From myself, though, Abriz and Zaragoza, thank you for joining us for our Super Week of playoffs. That's going to be the end of our broadcast, and we'll see you all next week.
我们是 Marty，
我是打野君们，
我是中路 Mission，
我是上路 PK，
我是辅助 Koala。
Marty 登场势不可挡，我是布鲁斯 ，Do you know me？
把他抢到他的粉丝对。
OK。
对。
处分。
好，那我就来。
君本来在季后赛总共获得了2次 MVP， 请问在整个春季赛中，例行加季后赛的总击杀为多少呢？
应该我先吧。
小强先
250，250，
1到250。
洪土娟，
你好，请回答。97到97。
87。
哈？你是骂我还是讲答案？
都是。
77到87。79到80。超强先。恭喜你答对了。第二题，请问薛本来在 PCS 的多点同理心节目中做了哪个角色的哪支动作？谢雨婷先。
贾克斯。
答对了，你要做出来，你要去镜头前面做出来。
我要去这样做出来。对啊，转笔吧，贾克斯。哇，是哦，你有看？
很惊艳。
跟他一起拍的。
给你贴符。
作弊啊！第一题，请问 Mission 在总决赛用了哪个辛德拉造型？是不是？那个星光。
张小贤，经典造型
啊，没有啊，星光。
你给我个贴纸。
没在演。请问 Mission 在春季赛共拿过几次 MVP？
8次。